This is understanding. My phone is going to my phone. Please, yeah, you can go ahead.
I can start?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to share my screen. Is it visible? Yeah. Yeah, perfect. This is better.
Okay, how do you do that?
Okay, so hey everyone, and welcome to PyConNG Nigeria Day 2. I'm Saurabh. I'm a senior developer community manager at Apple, and I'm going to talk about how you can automate your web workflows using Extension. But before starting, hey Karo and Namaste. I hope everyone is doing very good. Before I start, I want to introduce you to Appify, and I also want to talk about Appify just because the project that I'm going to talk about today is using Appify. So you have to understand what we do first. And Appify is the biggest web scraping and browser automation platform. We provide a cloud platform to run your web scraping jobs. We have more than 7,000 ready-made tools that we call actors. We also have these SDKs to build those actors in JavaScript and Python. And we also give back to the community. We create a lot of these. Some of the notable ones are Crawly for JavaScript, Crawly for Python, Proxy Chain, Imped, Fingerprint Suite, and many more. So Appify have two sides. Appify Store. So there is a creator side and there is a user side. If you are a user, you can use Appify to scrape to get data from various platforms.
Can somebody listen to it by themselves to confirm that? No, not you. Let somebody is working. Hey, see, is working.
But there is a creator side, and that's why so I want to explain you how you can earn thousands of dollars on
YouTube
through Appify by creating this.
No, this is not YouTube.
So there are softwares that we call Appify.
Oh yeah. No, you were back. Go back there.
Any software that takes an input and
Wait,
produces an output
then go live.
can be an actor. And you have all the rights to decide the
Yes.
timestamp for each of the software. So, for example, if you create a Google Maps paper and you decide a price tag on it, you decide $5 per download. And somebody, we have
We
a
can plug charger.
customer base of 17,000.
Yes, in fact, we should do that. Yes, we should do that.
Mainly from
Favor
US
is
and,
online.
So
Favor,
they pay for these,
Sandra.
softwares and you get money.
We have more people
So
here on this
last
call.
month, we paid $450,000 to our developer community.
Hi, welcome. Good morning.
And on an
So,
average,
who will help us man the camera? Okay.
I just need to know understand what you're doing.
Okay, yeah, so this is like the admin part. So how things are displayed. All these blank stuff, they are like slides. All these edge, they are human.
Yeah.
So if you want
to show only him now,
it
do like this. Everybody's seeing this slide.
Motivate
Don't show just the slide. They don't show him and the slide. But the reason I show slide alone is because of this thing. That's basically it. So if you have more than one person on the call,
and what what this
My voice?
challenge is all about is
Are you hearing it?
so each
It's not
user that
possible.
you will get on your actor during this time period. So you have to publish your actor between this time period, and for each user we will give you a $2 bonus. And it doesn't matter that user is paid or not, you will still get the bonus. So the max bonus you can get per actor is $2,000. So you can get $1,000 in 3 months, 1,000 users in 3 months, you can get $2,000 per actor. But if you develop actors and you get $1,000 users on each of them, you will get $20,000 in the end of the campaign. We also have weekly campaigns, weekly winners. So we will be choosing few actors weekly, and we will be awarding them $2,000 every week. And in the end, there will be a jury that will decide top 3 actors, and they will have a prize tag of $50,000, $30,000, and $20,000 respectively in cash. So this is the challenge that we are going to launch in order to widen our developer community, and you are all among the first ones to hear about it. So if you have any such idea, any such software that you can make on Amplify and you can publish it and you can earn money, please come to me. I will be here around today and tomorrow. I will be more than happy to help you in that and to make things good for you. So one more thing that I am doing in Amplify presence in Nigeria is I have an AirPods with me, and I'm doing a giveaway of it tomorrow at 11:35 a.m. at my talk. So for that, you have to just do these 2 steps. You have to first sign up to Amplify platform, and then you have to sign up for the challenge that we have. This is a simple form. Both of the things takes 1 minute. So if you participate in that, I will choose a one random winner tomorrow in my talk, and I will give that winner a AirPod.
Let me remove charger.
To them. So
That
I'll leave this
background
slide
noise
for
they were
2
here
minutes.
was when we
Just scan these QR codes.
So they are not
Amplify
seeing
and
us
fill the
real
form.
time.
You'll be signed up for the challenge and be here at 11:35 a.m. tomorrow in my talk, and we will do a live raffle with all.
Not the charger.
I will wait for
That's
2
also
minutes
announced
here.
for it.
And I will also drop this information into the Slack channel and into the WhatsApp group. So you have time until tomorrow to participate. But if you do it right now, you will be on the top of the list. Yeah, guys, sorry for the background noise. Organizers are silent now. So I'll wait for 1 more minute. Please be quick and do this. And then we'll start the talk. Okay. Guys, can everybody hear me perfectly? Can you? Perfect. So everybody can hear me. So let's move to the main presentation now. I will drop these slides into the WhatsApp group and into the Slack channel, so you can participate later until tomorrow. So yeah, Appify started in 2016, and since our early days, one of the most common use case was to obtain data to train AI models. But with the rise of LLMs in 2022, an entirely new case generated, which was fetching up-to-date data to generate prompts for LLMs. So obviously it took work around the time cutoff due to training. And this is so-called RAGs, or retrieval augmented generation, which is amazing because you take a pre-packed LLM, you feed it with the right data, and you have an entirely new case solved. Imagine you have a product, a very new product, and you want you want the AI to answer everything about your product. You just feed that LLM with your internal documentation, the blogs, and the demos that you have, and now LLM is trained to answer all of your queries related to your specific product, which is very quick and very amazing, right? So we have built few specialized tools for these use cases, like website content crawler, or we also have built a few ChatGPT plugins. For example, I want to explain more how it works. So, uh, how many of us you have used Intercom? Intercom is nothing but a support based company. So, if you use any good product on the internet, you'll see a blue color bubble in the right bottom of the website. And when you open it, you can talk with the customer care of that particular product. Nowadays, whenever you click on those blue bubbles, you will be first prompted to AI, and you will talk with the AI, and then you will be moved to the customer agent if required. So when Intercom, it is called Fin, Intercom Fin, the AI, and what Intercom Fin does is they use Amplify for collecting those sources from the internet. So, for example, in this, when you ask how does Intercom uses Amplify to the Fin, which is AI bot of Intercom, it will use Amplify to scrape their internal documentation, and they will find something, some source, and they will redirect that source into the chat as a source of truth. So Amplify scrapes the internal documentation and the internet to get right information for the LLM. So the question is today in talk, we are asking ourselves, can we use LLMs to automate web workflows? So far, I have only talked about data, but LLMs can create agents that can perform some actions. And obviously, this is something that our customers are very interested in. For example, I will mention Rocket Money. What Rocket Money does is they manage the subscriptions on various platforms in one single interface. For example, you have tens of subscriptions across different platforms: Netflix, Hotstar, Google Play, or anything else, any gaming subscription, and many things. Now, when you have to manage the subscription, this is really hard because it's always on some different platform. It is very hard to remove the CVV and the cards from there and everything. But through Rocket Money, you have a single interface from where you can click that unsubscribe to this subscription. They will do unsubscription automatically on the behind. So what they are doing, they are automating the whole process, and they are doing it for you. So, but currently, such automated workflows have to be written by programmers, which has several downsides, and I will mention few of them to you. Writing automation workflows as a developer really sucks, because if the target website changes, you have to rewrite the whole thing again and again, which is crazy because first of all, it is waste of resources. Every programmer have to do things many times, and non-programmers cannot do it at all. Uh, your voice is coming. So, yeah, so it would be very cool if we can specify an automation workflow in natural language, and some AI agent can handle it by themselves. All the downsides will be gone. For example, the AI agent will parse the HTML on its own, so there is no need to search for manual selectors again and again when the website is getting updated. Scalability will improve because there are no programmers involved, and you can use just natural language, which is very easy to do. And non-programmers could do it as well. So it will be very win-win situation. So the question is how to build such an agent, which I just described here. So I will try to put some current perspectives on this research, but mind me, because this is very hot topic and it is very evolving field. I might not be very updated on all of the things that I'm going to mention, but I will try my best. So there are a few things. First is LLMs. How many of us know about LLMs? Many of us. LLMs are nothing but large language models. When you talk with the LLM in a natural language like English, like any other language, which is a normal language. Then comes VLMs, which are not as common. How many of us know about VLMs? Okay, few of us. So VLM is nothing but visual language models. In this, we talk with the AI in natural language, plus we give them a visual input, which is a picture or something else. So these are not as common as LLMs, but is very useful when we want to give a visual picture of the website to AI. Then comes the last phase, which is multimodality. Multimodality is nothing but when we give audio, picture, video, text, and images all together to AI, and the AI produces an output for us. That is multimodality, and this is the last phase of these LLMs. So, what should we show to the model? So, I will talk about what inputs we should give to the model in order to get these automation workflows done using LLMs. So every model we are going to use will still input in some form. I will talk about few of them one by one. I have mentioned four of them. There are many, but four are the mains. So let's start with the first one. First is raw HTML, and which is very obvious. We obviously want to give HTML structure of the website to the LLM because we want LLM to know that how the website is structured, what are the events, what are the parameters, what are the different things of the website, what is the skeleton of it, basically. But we went one step ahead in this, and we created a list of wide listed parameters and wide listed elements. So each parameter, each HTML parameter, and each HTML element was attached with a unique ID, and these unique IDs were whitelisted or blacklisted. And we just use the whitelisted one, and I'll come to this again why we just use the whitelisted. But we did this. Options. We gave the screenshot of the website of the page that we are going to automate as the input. I will explain more in the further slides why we need a visual option, but sometimes it is very present on the website. It looks something like this. But if you want to run more about set of marks, it will be a different talk. You can Google it and you can read about it. In general, it is a square box with the wide listed tags on links and buttons on the website. So what should be model? What should the model output? So there are two options mainly. We talked about input, but what should it output? So there are two options: either code. So let's talk about the first one, code. So how many of you have generated code using some LLMs, some AIs, Claude, maybe ChatGPT, maybe Gemini? So whoever do this regularly knows that the code generated by AI is not reliable at all. It is it is horrible sometimes. It will use some of the oldest library present on the internet. Maybe dinosaurs used it, and then maybe it will use something that some element that is completely not present in the HTML of the website, and your code will not work. So we cannot rely really on the internet because the code written by LLM look plausibly good, but the code doesn't work. So that's a problem with AI. We cannot really rely on it. So we chose the second option. What if we will give LLM a limited set of actions that it can execute? So for example, I have this here, a whole JSON file, and we have two parameters in it. The first is go to URL, and the second is click element. So as the name suggests, go to URL will just go to the target URL that you are giving, and the second is click element. Click element will just click on the element that you tell. So these are the only two options that LLM can execute. And when we limit the options that LLM can do, it doesn't hallucinate much, and it do the things that we want it to do. So we limit the whole execution of it. And in these elements, in these parameters, in these actions, you can see there are a few parameters, and these parameters are decided by LLMs. We don't decide that, LLM decide the parameters. We just give them limited set of actions. For example, you say 5 actions in the end, and it will just do the 5 actions, nothing else than that. So yeah, this is how we figured out it will work really well uh, if we limit the whole execution of LLM. Then there were a few challenges when we are developing this MVP, and let's talk about some of them. So the first one is whoever worked with LLM knows that the context window of LLMs are very small, and the HTML files are very big. So it's a very big problem because the HTML files are huge and the context window is very small. We cannot input the whole HTML structure into the LLM. So how we manage that? And this is exactly where the whitelisted tags come that I mentioned in earlier in the talk. So we actually reduce the size of HTML. We just use the parameters that are relevant for us by giving them the whitelisted IDs of each elements and parameters. So it significantly reduced the size of HTML, and it made it in the context window. So we use this. The second challenge was the stochastic nature of LLMs versus testing. So as I just mentioned, AI is not very reliable. For example, you give the same input twice and you will have the different answer in the same chat. And this is crazy because you cannot really rely. How would you test something when you're getting two different results on the same input? So this is really tricky, and this makes testing really difficult. So we cannot really estimate that the new prompt that we just gave to the LLM is good or not. So that was a problem that happened all through building this MVP. And yeah, so you can tackle it by reducing the temperature of the model, but it will kill all of the creativity that LLM have. And yeah, so this is how we build this MVP. And yeah, element present, and it will take a screenshot. So this is all done by AI itself. So if I share the logs of the agent, you can see that it first went to the URL, then it went to the Avify store page, it filled the form, it clicked on the first element, and then it took a screenshot. This is how the agent logs look like. To be clear, I have one more example. So extracting information from the pricing page. So it will, again, what we are asking here is it will go to the Avify.com main homepage. It will go to the pricing page, then extract information about each of the plan, and then put it into a JSON file with a few properties: plan name, monthly price, and actor RAM. So let's see the Avify pricing is something like this. You have different plans with different things and all the information that we need. So you can see when the AI did it, it extracted all of the information, and we have it in JSON file just like this: plan name and monthly price and actor RAM for each of the plan. So yeah, this is how it works. If you want to try this AI web agent that I was just talking about, you can scan this QR code and you can try it yourself. It is open source, so you can see the code. You can see how our team developed it. There are a lot. There is an issue tab where you can open issue. You can also contribute to it on GitHub. If you see something is not working and you can improve it, you're more than welcome to. And yeah, that is mostly about this talk. If you want to connect with me, I am here today. I'm on LinkedIn too, and I will be here tomorrow too. So I know that the tomorrow is in-person day. So I will really love to meet all of you. We have a lot of things for Nigeria, and I would love to build meet with some community builders here to talk about our ambassador program too. So if you are here tomorrow, please catch up with me and yeah, participate in our giveaway. Thank you so much. That's all. Chitami, can I just disconnect? Okay, yeah. Any questions, please? Yeah.
I just wanted to ask, like, you talked about agents. So, like, I saw the JSON file.
Sorry.
Okay, so the JSON file you put up there, right? Like, because I kind of like worked on building AI agents, something like that. So I wanted to confirm, were they like Python modules? I saw functions. Is it like a function? Let me just put it like that.
Sorry, I didn't understand. Can you come closer and so sorry.
Okay, like the JSON file you put in your slide, right? I saw like there were like steps, right, for the agent to like build. I'm just asking, was it built based on like a Python module, or is they're just instructions? I think build the agent. I don't know. My question is clear.
I don't know if I understand correctly, but I think you are asking that the actions that I mentioned
Yes.
in the JSON file was a Python tool or a Python module or not.
Yes.
I don't think it was a Python module. It was just a JSON file with all of the instruction in it, and we fed it to the code.
Okay, so were the functions written in Python? I'm sure those actions were.
The code is open source. Did you see the QR code?
No, I did not.
So let me share the QR code again. You can scan it and you can see the whole code there. And if you have a specific question about the code, I am here to answer it.
Okay.
In the code. So it is in Python too, yes.
Yeah. So my second question is okay, like what will you advise like anyone looking to break into like the LLM field? Like how lucrative is it? How interesting is it? Like how interesting is like the LLM field from your perspective, right? I'm just asking, like, what would you advise someone looking to break into the LLM field?
So you want to learn about LLMs?
Yes, I'm currently learning about LLM. Like
maybe I'm not the best person to tell how to learn about LLMs, but I think there are many good YouTube channels you can start with to learn about LLMs. There is also like we have few blogs written on Appify blog. If you want to learn specifically about web automation, LLM for web automation, you can go to blog.appify.com. And there are many blogs written specifically for the LLM, so you can read it and learn about it for web automation.
All right, for web automation.
Yeah.
Okay. All
right. Web scraping and web automation, because we are experts in that and we talk about it.
All right, that's good. Like,
so you can learn about it there.
Okay, so like the agents are pre-built, right? You just use like the LLMs to like carry out web automation.
Yeah,
to
so
scrape data.
we have different things on Apify Store. There are like developers like Caleb here. He is one of our developer, this person, and he have agents which are not AI. Like he have these actors on our platform which are not AI actors, but there are many AI agents on the platform which are using LLMs in the back end. So yeah, we have both of them.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate.
Any other questions? I'm so sorry. Like, it's a little tough to catch the accent initially. Yeah, so sorry. Any questions online? If you have any questions, you can drop into the WhatsApp chat and I will answer it there, or we will see. So thank you so much. I think that's all for today. I'm here today and tomorrow we can talk. Can I disconnect?
So once I'm done, you all right, thank you, Sarah, for your session, your wonderful session. Okay, we'll be having Favor Bangboye coming up right about now. Favor is attending virtually and he'll be giving a talk virtually. So please.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Hi, Favor. You are
all right. I don't know. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you are audible. We can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Favor.
All right. So hi everyone. Welcome to PyCon Day 2. My name is Shiva Bangwe, and can you see me? Sorry. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
All right. So welcome to PyCon Day 2. My name is Shiva Bangwe, and I'm a 19 years old software developer and a Couchbase ambassador and an AI enthusiast. So today I'll be speaking towards on building powered AI powered backend systems with Python, and I'm really a big fan of Python, and at the same time ML career. So I recently started working on building backend system with Python. So yeah, so basically what brought about this whole thing was because I'm a big fan of automation and making softwares to act on their own, to make actions without human supervision. So I decided to come up with a particular project uh, that is user-based user behavior analytics. So basically, this is a ML project that analyzes users Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Can anyone hear me? Can anyone hear me?
We can hear you.
So, like I was saying, I said what brought about this project was because of I worked on a particular project that which I call UBA, which is user behavior analytics. So what UBA basically does is that UBA analyzes users' activity on a particular software. For instance, for malicious logins, for malicious activities like probably a fintech application trying to fund that is not does not amount to the normal usage of the user transaction. So to go straight to what we are here today. So basically in today's talk, we're going to be talking about how backend systems are no longer just about storing data, retrieving data, or serving as APIs. We are going to be I'm talking about how they can become intelligent on their own, powered by AI machines, AI codes at the what's it called in the back end. So quickly, I would like to do a very brief intro about myself. Right. So yeah, this is a very brief intro about myself. I'm Phil Bangui, as you can see, and I'm a software engineer with 4 years experience in building secure cloud native backend systems across fintech, across enterprises platforms, and currently a software engineer for and a backend engineer for Echo Lagos, and also what's it called? I'm a software engineer for SearchPay, a fintech application in the US. So very quick, I would like to just do a very brief background about myself. So I started coding very at a very very young age, at the age of 14, and I started so on today's talk, we're going
Hi,
to
Favor.
focus on
I can't hear you.
the stuff. So I really don't want to say much about my background. So today I'll just be talking about the context of today's program. Uh, the problem. Well, first, I want to talk about the context. Then we'll move forward to the vision, that is Echo Lagos, and this and in action. So in Python action, I'll be showing you code snippets on how you can build backend systems with AI powered backend systems. So very quick, I would like to go to the vision. So very quick, I don't know if anyone's heard about Echo Lagos. So basically, what Echo Lagos is that Echo Lagos is a digital waste management platform and recycling platform for Lagos State government that enables real-time waste reporting, center what's it called, recycling and data-driven policy support. So what basically Echo Lagos does is that according to statistics, Lagos State generates over 13,000 tons of waste every day. Yeah, that's quite a lot of waste. And with rapid urbanization and challenges, it has led to dumping, what's it called, illegal dumping and insufficient collection. So I know we are all aware of Loman, and we are all aware of waste, what's it called, collection companies like Loman. So what Eco Lagos does is that what Loman does is that one of the deficiencies of Loman is that Loman is unable to reach communities and streets in Lagos, which has led to dumping illegal dumping of refuse by the roadside or in a canal or in the river. So which has led to a lot of environmental disasters. So okay, so basically, I'll be using Echo Lagos as a study case for today's talk because I am currently the AI engineer for Echo Lagos, and I'm building an ML module to classify waste. So basically, you just need to take a picture of your waste, no matter the size. It can be be your waste might be gathered in the waste bin or something or whatsoever. So then you take a picture of your waste bin, and then the what's it called? Then you send through the app. You send a request is made to the server. Then the backend extracts the image, and a lot of machine learning processes is done at the backend. So that's the process. That's the user flow for how what's it called image is the size, the and classified by their biodegradable materials. So that's just a brief intro of what's it called the AI particular stuff on the Ecolegos. So where the AI comes in, so AI powers the or what's it called waste detection and analytics engine. So with the help of computer vision, uploaded and to calculate the estimate volume and the type of your waste. So for instance, you upload a what's it called? You upload a um a bin full of nylon or plastics. Then when you do that, we what's it called? The AI what's it called detection system was able to classify your waste as a plastic waste bin. So then it's then links it to a recycling company or then to a nearby recycling company that will come and pick it up and it can be used for recycling. So where the AI also comes in is also the billing and automation, where citizens can charge fairly and based on actual volume of their waste. So we want to bridge the gap whereby users or citizens of Lagos would pay for a particular service, and at the end of the day, it's not met. So what in Lagos service you receive, you pay for what you receive, exactly what you receive. So and also behavioral analytics. So we are able to detect illegal dumping sites in Lagos through Eco Lagos, this particular platform, and through the help of our engineers and also as the lead AI engineer of Eco Lagos. And we're able to build ML machine or ML modules to detect and unusual dumping sites and also optimize pickup route. So we are able to predict your the environmental structure of your particular location in Lagos. So that is how or was that's also where AI comes in and also predictive insights, and we are able to anticipate the smart plan. We're able to know how much waste the actual waste Lagos produces by what's it called per day or per month or per year, and we're also able to understand what the repercussion of waste on in Lagos environment. So I would like to go further to the second slide. So yeah, so I'll be making some terms. I'll be saying some terms that are used where the AI come in Ecologos. So building powered AI system in this scenario is very very interesting because although it might be very very convincing to people who do not have background in machine learning, but don't worry, I'll explain better to you. So basically, I would like to do yeah real quick. So I'll tools and so that we can have a better understanding. Can anyone hear me? Can anyone hear me? Can anyone hear me? can anyone hear me?
I hear you now.
If you can, please, if you can you just put down in the comments of the chat so that I can be aware that. All right, thank you so much. Okay, I think I have people that can hear me. Okay, so let me just go ahead. Okay, so like before the network glitch came in, so I was talking about how where AI comes in building backend systems. So I'm going to be sharing a particular project in the chat for I made it open source. So I'm building a particular system that allows it's an open source project. So you can decide to integrate it with your own application or with your own backend system. So what this what's it called AI powered AI project does is that this you can just integrate with your authentication system in your backend, probably your login or your transactions, or maybe you want to make financial transactions like debits or credit. You are able to integrate this particular project into your this AL what's it called into your project. And what this does is that it's able to identify and what's it called and quickly analyze user behavior. Like I said in the when I started the talk, is that for instance when a user what's it called logs in when a user password is breached or when it is leaked out and another user logs in with the same credentials, and when there's the user begins to perform activities that a normal user would not do, probably like trying to change the password, probably like trying to like reset email, or like trying to make large amounts of transaction, probably in an hour or in a few minutes. Now it shows now these are activities that are abnormal and a normal user would not do on a normal day. So this ML does is that this ML is able to extract, monitor every user transaction, and also this is not this particular project follows all security compliances. This is just meant to follow your what's it called your activities on the app. This does not trace your location, does not access your private data like your passwords, your PIN or your email or something. What this does is that it just monitors your activity on the application. So this project, what this MO what's it called? This project uses a MO machine method called the isolation forest. So what isolation forest does is that isolation forest analyze user behavior logs. So what it does that in your own backend system, you can log every user activity either in a file or in a CSV file. But the current project, the current where I'll be sharing to the what's it called to the comment section logs a CSV file. So what it does that in your what's it called in your what's it called in your own particular system, you can log every user activity in in a particular file. Then this machine learning project, this project I built uses isolation first. So what it does is that it analyzes the data in that particular, let's say for instance, in a CSV file. So it analyzes the data in the CSV file and then begin to perform machine learning process on it, begin to analyze the user, what's it called, the timestamps, begin to analyze the activities, like it analyzes the endpoint that the user uses. The user visited probably was an application. It can analyze the endpoint that the user made request to on the application. Probably it's a website. It can analyze the what's it called the endpoint or the web pages that the user visited. Then when it does that, you need to compare it to previous activity of previous users of what's it called of the user. Like for instance, like I maybe on my particular application, I usually what's it called log in every now and maybe I log in just once in a day or twice in a day at most. And all of a sudden, my password was breached, and someone was able to log in, was able to access my password, and the person logged in 3 times in a day, or probably like 4 times in a day, or more than 4 times in a day. Now, what this machine learning does is that it begins to analyze the previous data and the current data. They begin to like run analysis on it. Then it begins to make prediction of what's it called of malicious activity. Then at the end of the day, you can choose to either trigger an alert to the user by sending an email or a what's it called or in-app message or notification on the user application, or maybe you can decide to shut down or restrict the account for 24 hours. Now, this is where this I'm going to share the link in the chat for us to view. Okay, I'll be sharing the link in the chat for us. I'm going to send in the private chat, so Mr. Datem is going to be sharing it to us. So here's the link to the project, so you can decide to like fork and decide to like work on your own, or you can just collaborate with me as we build a very very good system. So going forward to why we are here. So basically what this AI does in Echo Lagos is that it scans waste images to detect volume and type. I already said that. So you can decide to take a picture of your waste. It could be combination of plastics and nylons and cartons, whatever it may be. Then you take a picture of it. Then the picture is sent to the backend, AI powered backend, and then that's where the whole ML process starts from. So I in this particular scenario, I used to use like PyTorch, TensorFlow, Pillow, that is for image transformation and image, what's it called? Image processing and tweaking. So I'm using what's it called computer vision. I'm using PyTorch computer vision for what's it called analyzing image and scanning images. So this is a very, very, very this is a very simple code I wrote here. So yeah, what this does is that it just loads the waste model. So to build a waste model, I worked on I had to go online and get large amount of data sets. So what data sets really means is that it's just a bunch of data that you as a machine learning developer, AI developer can build your ML model on. So it's that data set that you got, or that data set that you got, that your machine learning model is able to like understand and able to perform analysis on, like on the same not the same, not actually the same, but I don't know how to put this for you in simpler term. Let me put like in a simpler term, like okay, when a user is trying to, okay, I'm a machine learning engineer and I want to build a model that identify that what's it called, that scans my face just like your face unlock on iPhone and screen, what's it called, and on Android. So what it does is that basically it you get a large amount of faces, like people of different faces. You can get a black man's face, a white woman's face, someone in the Chinese. You can get pictures of their faces, and then you can build your ML what's it called module on it. So even when a black man tries to an African man tries to use your tries to use your machine model, is able to identify and grab the what's it called, the face structure and every other thing. So that is how what's it called, Ecolagos AI system is built. So we get a large amount of waste images, plastic, cardboard, bottles, degradable materials. We can get different things, nylons. We can get plastics, ions also. So we take pictures of them, and this is how the ML model is built on. So we then went into automating fair billing. You can decide to automate your billing based on your what's it called. You can connect your wallet, your card. We also use payment structures like Stripes and Paystack, and detect anomalies and optimize pickup routes. So we are able to optimize pickup routes from the drivers to the end user, and also for code review. Yeah, this code. So we're going to talking about Python deep learning pipelines with PyTorch. So basically what this means is that building your how your ML is what's it called, will be reading and analyzing a particular data or image. So basically what this does, like this is just a code here right now. So it can predict the volume of a particular host image. So this is what it does. So first of all, it just loads the image with the help of Pillow. We are able to load the image and then transform the image by what's it called, with batch. So what does that? We need to identify the what's it called, the every single material, every single item in that what's it called, in the picture. For instance, maybe we took a image of what's it called, of your waste that includes plastic, iron, cardboard, or whatever thing you might take a picture of. Then what it does, begin to identify each of them, then calculate the volume of all of them at once. So that way you are charged based on what picture you took, or what picture you took and sent to sent to the backend through the application. And also that also it also explains how photo is turned into numeric values and volume. So yeah, from image to volume numbers. Okay, you can take a weight of let's say take a weight of 1 kilogram and take a picture of it. We don't there's not what's it called, there's no field for you to add the kg. You might not have the material or tools to measure your waist. But then when you take a picture of it and you send it to the back end to the application, we are able to understand and we're able to analyze your waste and then predict the waste, the volume, the waste volume. So moving forward, I'm going to be talking about the system architecture to build your own AI system. I'm going to be your own, I'm going to be talking about how to build your own backend AI system. So for your own what's it called? Your own backend system, you can decide to pick a particular language. I really recommend I really recommend Python. You can either use Flask, Django, or Fast API. But then I recently started using Fast API, which is really, really fast. And I love the way it's able to I'm able to work on different things at the same time. And the API speed is on point and able to deliver on time. So basically, you can just pick a particular backend language or framework. You can decide to use Django, you can decide to use Flask, you can decide to use Fast API. Then you pick a what's it called? So what this does is that you connect your what where Fast API comes in is for users to be able to access your I feel like developers should understand this. So it should be able to access to build an endpoint. So what basically an endpoint means is an endpoint is just a URL, a uniform resource locator for a front-end client, either an application or a website to consume on. So for instance, let's say we build a endpoint in Fast API, and we call it upload bin. So this is where the user sends a photo of their picture of their waist, and this endpoint connects it, sends it to the machine learning model. So we also use the I also use the what's it called? We also use a data streaming layer like Kafka. I don't know if I got the pronunciation well. Yeah, Kafka. You can check Kafka online. So basically, what Kafka is Kafka is a event streaming. So let me bring it down in simpler terms. So let's say Kafka is like a post office right now. Let's say a post office for data, and it takes every message like maybe an uploaded. Let's say for instance, a uploaded photo and then deliver it to what's it called to the right and reliable what's it called person at the right time when it is needed in real time. Let me explain again. So let's say imagine in WhatsApp group chat now, when you send a message, everyone in the group chat sees instantly. Now that's what Kafka does. So Kafka sends what's it called? It's more like let's say an event what's it called streamer. So what it does that when you go on WhatsApp group chat and you send a what's it called a message, everyone sees the message instantly, like immediately. Everyone sees it immediately, and that's exactly what Kafka does. So also when in this instance when the user uploads an image of tapping and sends it to our what's it called our backend, they see they see the results of what they go of what of the uploaded image they get immediately. Like once maybe I open the application and I take a picture of my waist and I click upload. Once I upload it and I send it to the server process the whole image and gets the waist volume, gets the pricing, every other thing, and sends the data back immediately. So that way it is real time. It is real time. And also let's just also I used you can use data, you can just pick a particular data analytics tool that you can use. Data storage and analytics, that is MongoDB. For Echo Lagos is running on MongoDB. And MongoDB is a relational and non-relational, non-SQL was the database. So what I really will not go deeper into that because I will not yet to talk about MongoDB. So I have to talk about Python. So really what we just pick a particular backend data storage. You can pick MySQL, you can pick SQL like MySQL, you can pick Postgres, you can pick non-SQL database like MongoDB, you can pick Casagranda. I think that's the correct spelling, the correct pronunciation. You can pick other backend, other database storage that you can use. You can also use Superbase. Superbase is really, really common right lately. You can also pick Superbase. So you need to pick a data storage um two is for storing user logins and credentials, transactions, and waste records to also track and predict users' recycling process. So that's that for data storage. Now for data analytics, so for you can decide to click house. And this is just a tool that we decide to use at Echo Lagos. So basically, ClickHouse is just a tool um, to analyze big data, big amount of data. So maybe later in the future, we want to show how much a particular neighborhood in Lagos generates waste. We can gather the big data we've stored in the database and make a prediction. Sorry, and make a data analyze the data and visualize data through the use of pandas and NumPy to visualize the data. That's the data visualization. So that is how what's it called ClickHouse does. So ClickHouse is basically a analytics database to uh, visualize and analyze big data. So which is why what's it called? This which is why it's very important for we as Echo Lagos to be something like that. So that is just for data storage and data analytics. So I'll be moving forward to the main thing, which is the AI and model serving. So I feel like I've always wanted to try AI development from a very young age. Then I think I went to backend engineering, and I felt like okay, I if I am doing backend engineering, I can integrate AI into backend systems, and which is very, very fun because you tend to do less work as a backend engineering. You let to do less monitoring as a DevOps engineer. So the AI is just the one that does everything that ensures security, detects anomalies, detects malicious behavior. All you just need to do is just create your own model with trusted data sets. You can get data sets on Kaggle, can get on Hugging Face. These are places you can get data sets to train your ML model. So yeah, create an ML model using PyTorch, like I said, PyTorch or Skitlearn. So these are tools to build your what's it called ML model, and these are also tools to what's it called detect the volume of your waste and also classify them by the type. So the second tool you like, really want us to use is the Bento ML, so which deploys and serve ML modules as microservices. So I noticed that while working on machine learning project, backend systems that involve machine learning, that is AI, I discovered that to run machine learning process like functions or classes or whatever way you build your machine uh, your model, it somehow slows down the whole process of request and response. So you can try out Bento ML. So what Bento ML is able to like deploy and serve your ML model. So in cases whereby you have like 1,000 users and this let's say this out of this 1,000 users, 50 of them make the same request, the same endpoint at the same time, and you have what's it called, large ML module that consumes your CPU, or maybe the runtime process is actually very wrong from one function to another function, or first it has to gather data, process the whole request. Now this can either slow down the request or cause a downtime. So that's where Bento ML comes in. So what Bento ML does is that it deploys and serves ML modules as a microservice. Now what microservice means is just like running how will I put it? Okay, most times used for MVPs when you're building a particular MVP for your startup. So microservices are just bits of services. They're just like from the name microservice. They're just a small services. For instance, I want to build a microservice, what's it called? A project that will serve as a microservice for um let's say for a gaming platform. So what that means is that I'm going to be in a small project. I may not necessarily be the whole gaming platform. I'm just be a small project that what that microservice does is that it does exactly what the normal big projects will do, but in a more faster way. That's just what's it called? Um Bento ML will do. And so ASAP we're going to behavior analytics and trend detection. So and I think that is what majorly what the link I shared. Okay, so that's basically what the link I shared will do. So what this whole thing does is that the link I shared, the code that I'm going to be sharing, I'm going to make it open source. Is just to this is what that's what that project does. It analyzes users' behavior and detect threats on your backend systems. So first thing first in or for our use case, which is Echo Lagos, we are detecting fake and repeated image uploads. So you can decide to send a AI generated video just to like maybe you want to like okay you want to see if the backend is going to really test out this AI generated figure what's it called image. So we are able to detect that also with our backend module, and also to track repeated images. So that is every image a user uploads to the backend or to the server, it's been saved and a what's it called a in the process of trying to analyze the data of the user, we are able to check our database table that are that house the images of previous images of a user. They compare it that they uploaded before to able to like show if truly this is the this image has not existed before in the backend system. So also to use use isolation forest to flag unusual waste volumes of dumping platforms. So yeah, I think in the repo I shared, using isolation forest is a very big thing because it is really cool to use isolation forest. So it's able to like flag, and also in the project I built, in the repo I shared, I built a small user, a small what's it called a small UI using the simple bootstrap and HTML to show you to visualize how what's it called how the abnormal detection is what's it called is visualized using actually using metaplot. I don't even know metaplot. So I use what's it called metaplot to visualize the whole how the machine learning model was able to identify abnormal what's it called detention in the backend system. So that is through using isolation first. So also so number two is usage insight and insights. So this basically talk about the usage of the ML with the what's it called with the application. So identify which trends across neighborhoods, optimize structural for. So in your own backend system, you can decide to what's it called do other cool features like maybe you are building a delivery platform or logistic platform. You can decide to track and optimize the route of your driver to the customers and give an approximate distance from the user to the driver. Maybe, for instance, currently I'm in Ogun State, and my driver or my delivery is currently in Osun State, and I can decide to they can do a real time or approximation of the route or how long it take the driver to get to you. Could be like 3 hours, could be like 2 hours. So this way, it's a what's it, a real time process. It can also show the user the what's it called the distance in kilometer or meter. So also predictive analysis, and the reason why I keep saying this number three is because it's very important for this kind of project, that is waste management. We're able to predict and forecast waste generation, so you're able to know which part of Lagos um um gives produces much waste. It could be the central Lagos, could be the northern Lagos, could be the southern Lagos. So we're able to predict, okay, from all the data, from all delivery, pickup delivery we've gone through, we're able to know that, oh, I think maybe Ikeja, for instance, produces more waste than Abulegba or than Aja or than Lekki or whatever place in Lagos. So we're able to like forecast and do a analysis. Okay, this is how much waste Ikeja produced this month. This is how much waste Abulega produced this much. So that's how it goes. And support smart waste planning, blah blah blah. So you can do what's it called? You can implement cool features on your own backend system. So that's why I'm giving out this repo as an open source project for everybody. You can incorporate new what's it called, new ideas to the repo, or you can just fork and build your own based on what I've done on the repo. So you can just decide to like include cool features, you can include predictive analysis, you can decide to like include, okay, this could be a malicious user, or this could be like, okay, an abnormal user, that okay, abnormal user activities. Then you can send the login alert to the user, you can send the email message to the user, you can send the direct message, SMS, or WhatsApp message, whatever way or style you like to incorporate it to your backend system. So also yeah, I said um I'll be showing, sorry, I'll be showing a code, few codes of how you can, of how you can build a, what's it called, the automated backend system. So yeah, here is a sample of a code. Sorry, I'm unable to like show the whole what's it called, code. So here is just an abnormal JPEG file. So what this does is that it's able to identify and detect abnormal user behavior. So yes, we are using isolation forest from skitlearn. So yeah, you can either use PyTorch or you can either use skitlearn. So yeah, this is isolation forest from skitlearn, sorry, and also using NumPy for visualization and what's it called, grouping. So this one is sample code that you can, if you check the repo I sent you, you will see more of these codes in what's it called, in the what's it called, in the repo. You can check the module folder, you see more of ML codes that I wrote there. Then also this is just a few codes that I would like to share to every one of us. Then also in conclusion, I'd like to like talk about how AI system, backend systems will help companies, how to help individuals, and also the world. Yeah, it brings fear and transparency. You don't have to, if users should not, will not be scared of that data being exposed by to a third party person. What's it called? Backend systems are enabled to ensure fairness and accountability. So you don't have to be worried about your data being leaked or something else. So also for local innovation and global relevance, yeah, this is very, very important because the power of Python. Yeah, Python is a very, very good language, and the one of the advantage Python has over other languages that we have a large community in Python, that community of Python, that people who build projects or build packages or tools that you don't need to start at coding them. You can just install these packages or these tools and use in your own project. That way you spend less time trying to do stuff. So later on, someone can use this repo I shared in the what's it called, in the chat, and decide to build this particular turn this repo to a package. Can decide to turn to a PYP package, as a package, Python installer package. Can just decide to do cool stuff with this stuff, and that is how the trend can keep going. So users, maybe future users, can just install this particular project as a package and use it in their backend system. So lastly, to help you what's got to ensure efficiency and scalability. So modern backend systems or architecture powered in Python and event driven and design to summarize all is that to use when you use AI to back up your backend architecture, you what's it called, you experience high performance, you experience your what's it called, your what's it called, the speed of your particular backend system is accelerate, and you spend less time trying to like check up on your server, check up on your backend system, and instead you just relax and you can just automate stuff with your backend system. So whether in logistics, fintech, or healthcare or public service, you can just decide to build what's it called, a backend system, a AI powered backend system for your own company or for your own self or personal use. So and you can also automate it maybe in terms of, okay, there's a predict downtown, predict maybe you want to predict abnormal activities of your users. That is how you can implement this into your package system. So and also I gave a code lastly, and with Python you're not just coding systems. With Python, we are not just coding systems, we are coding a cleaner and smarter feature. So what I mean is that you with Python, you're not just writing codes, you're not just writing scripts, you're not just writing commands or whatever. we're writing a cleaner and smarter feature. A time is coming that we spend less time trying to write bunch of codes, and we'll be spending more time writing cleaner codes, because there will be a lot of packages, a lot of tools that we can use that are free, open source, for our own software. So yeah, that's just basically everything, and I would like to give room for questions and answers. I feel like I've said a lot. I would like to get feedback from people. Yeah. So any questions from the audience or anybody? Okay, yeah, I got a question. Where do I store the images? You can store the images on this Google what's this, yeah, AWS bucket. AWS bucket. You can decide to store this stuff on you can use Cloudflare. You can use Cloudflare to store your images. Because I will not really advise storing images on you where you host your backend system. I really advise storing it in third party, what's it called? Third party services like AWS. And also, if you are using Superbase for your database, Superbase has Superbase buckets that you can utilize. You can store your, what's it called, your images or whatever document or file that should not originally be with your backend system on that platform. You can use Superbase, you can use AWS buckets. Yeah, I think, is it AWS or ES3 bucket? I can't really remember any number. So that is where you can really store your images or files that you feel like they're not needed on your backend system. Yeah. So any other questions, please? Is there anybody? Is there any questions? I don't know if there are questions. Questions. Any other questions? All right. So if there are none, I'll be sharing. I already shared the, what's it called, the link. Okay, the links are in the chat. You can decide to check the repo and decide to build your build. Okay. Okay. Does data sets cover all the bracket of waste cost you said? Okay. All right. So let me just try to read the question. So does the data set cover all bracket of waste cost? Okay, you said you chose it online and the data set. Okay, yeah. So the data set does not really have to be Nigerian based data, but then we can also go out and take pictures of. So data set are really data that you want to build your machine learning models on. So you can get this. You don't really have to go out and start taking pictures or taking samples of this data. You can go online, you can use cargo.com, yeah, cargo.com, I think cargo.com, cargo.ai. You can go online, you can use Hugging Face. So for me, I got my data from Hugging Face, Hugging, like Hugging and Face. So that's why I got my own data and I built my ML module on. So you can also go, I think Cargo is really popular among machine learning developers because that's a very good community. You can see people that have, what's it called, they can give out their machine learning data set for free. So you can just download it and build your own data module and machine learning module on it. And also you can decide not to like build your own machine learning, your own machine learning module. You can go to this particular platforms like Cargo and download, yeah, you can download this module and build it in your own application. Though these modules are always of large size, you can see modules of 700 MB above 1 gig, but then you can always train your own machine learning model. So you don't really have to go out Nigeria and start taking pictures or getting samples of these pictures. So like I said, the data set I got has images of every waste in the world, all the waste in the world, either paper, either cardboard, bottle ions, or even food waste. Yeah, food waste. So what this when I built the whole machine learning model on this particular data, so anytime a user uploads a picture, it scans the picture and then it begins to identify each material in the picture. So then when it sees a bottle, it then it says okay, a paper or a bottle is part of this particular waste. So then it then identify it. So at the end of the whole scanning and analyzing process, it then brings out data. Okay, in this data, where paper is included, bottles is included, ions is included. Then this is the total amount, this is total volume of this particular waste. and then it then does the pricing. Maybe per kg of waste we charge 1,000 naira, or maybe per, let's say, per milligram. If that's possible, we can charge 500 naira. We can charge maybe 2 kg, we can start like 25 or 1,000 naira. Yeah, that's just it basically. So any other question before I? And also, if you have any other question, you can reach out to me on LinkedIn at at Favor Bangoye, but you can use my username to search as I am Agbakoda, and you can reach out to me from my LinkedIn repo that I sent out. Yeah. So thank you so much everyone. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll be live at PyCon Day 3, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate those that joined and those that shared out the link for their friends and family to join. Thank you so much everyone.
Over to you, Yusuf Abdul Malik. Can you hear me? Yusuf, over to you.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Thank you for joining the last session. So currently, we have Yusuf Abdulhakim on stage now. So we'll be going to the next speaker, which is Yusuf. So Yusuf, can you hear us, please?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. So you have the floor. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, everyone. My name is Yusuf Abdul Hakim. I am an Intel One API ambassador. So today I'm going to be discussing on how you can optimize your VLM with optimum Intel in agricultural decision making. So you can connect with me on this LinkedIn. My name is Yusuf Abdul Hakim on LinkedIn. You can also connect with me on X at Abdul Hakim Use 15. So today we are going to be discussing about what VLMS, VLM is. What are VLMs? Then we also looking at Intel and Organ Phase collaboration, and we are also going to be discussing what is quantization and how to optimize your model with optimum Intel. So if you look at this picture very well, you is a picture that you can pick. It could not be this picture. It could be a kind of any other picture. Probably it could be a picture of farm, or it could be a picture of let's say you are working on a crop diseases. You want to detect the diseases of yam, that is that's Korea latter. you want to look at what are the kind of diseases that may affect Dioscorea alata. After the 3 months that you've planted the Dioscorea alata, you want to discover what are the similar diseases that may affect Dioscorea alata, your Dioscorea alata on the farm. Or you have a farm that is Z maize, you are planting Z maize, and at the time of the season where you are planting this particular Z maize, you later found out that the production and the transformation of this Z maize is going down, and it is slowing down. So how can you optimize and get the correct way of correcting these kind of diseases, or the correct way of diagnosing this disease, so that you can know the exact way of combating that disease, and it's not going to cause a great loss to the farmer, and at the end of the day you'll be able to get a maximum profit of that farm land. So in this picture now, you have it in mind to go to a place similar to this one, then you can prompt your VLM through your VLM that it should also give you multiple alternatives for destination. So as a virtual assistant, as your VLM is a virtual assistant, it can give you some places like Bora Bora, French Polynesia. I'm very sorry if I'm not pronouncing this very well. So these places are known for its overwater bungalows and stunning turquoise lagoon. So Bora Bora is a popular destination for relaxation and snorkeling. It can also give you Tahiti, French Polynesia. This is also similar to Bora Bora. That Tahiti offers a tropical paradise with white sand beaches, crystal clear waters, and lush green mountains. There's also Maui, Hawaii, that is in the US. So Maui is famous for its stunning beaches, volcanic landscapes, and the famous route to Hana. You can also get Bali, that is in the at Indonesia. Bali offers a mix of tropical beaches, lush green mountains, and a rich cultural heritage. So, through the VLMS, you can have all of these getting all of these prediction that are going to be done for you. So what is VLMS? VLMs are what we call vision language models. And these vision language models, how are they being used? How do you apply them? So if you want to caption a particular image now, so what you are going to do is you can use vision language model for captioning your image. For example, now if you have in a 5 acres of land, you have planted yam, that is Dioscorea alata, or you've planted jute mallow, or you planted cassava on that 5 acres of land. And you want to get to know what are the similar plants, or what are the similar farmland that are within that society, that are within that geography, that may assist you in predicting. Probably there's a particular farm that has been established before your farm, and you want to get to know what are the success rates of that farm and what are the productivity of that farm. So your VLMS, your VLM, your vision language models can help you in image captioning, and it can also assist you in visual question answering. When you have this, maybe you capture the plant, the leaf of the plant, and you look at the size of that plant, you look at the shape of the plant, and you found out that you are already see some dots on that leaf. Then with the VLMs, you can use it to question that particular picture, that particular image. Then also for document understanding, if you have a particular document that you want to get more information, you can use VLMs for that. It's also applicable in robotics and autonomous systems. So what VLMs does is it helps you to design to process information from visual and text inputs. As we all know that there are nothing that is not going to have its own challenge. So VLMs, what are the challenges that VLMs have? So these are some of the challenges. The first one is the latency, and the second one is the memory requirement and the way it consumes energy. So let's look at this small vision model ecosystem from um, you can use the Hugging Face and the Intel VL2 2B. So it's cheaper and faster, and it's also better. So now, currently now, Intel and Hugging Face are collaborating now for the ease of these VLMs for working using Intel Intel Vino Open Toolkit, and also using Hugging Face. Now, Optimum Intel, Hugging Face, and OpenVINO now, they combine together to the combination give out the convenience of Hugging Face with the efficiency of OpenVINO. Now, OpenVINO serves as the backend, whereby these are some of the libraries that you can use. Your PyTorch, that's torch.compile, then the Hugging Face, which is the Optimum Intel. You can also apply your TensorFlow, then the Keras, which is the os.environment, and the ONNX runtime, which can be run on your window to build your model. You can use your Linux, it's applicable. You can also use your MacBook and your Windows laptop. It also accepts AI inference frameworks, and it also targets operating system and hardware. So this is a form of a minimal code change. Pip install Optimum Intel, which is OpenVINO, and from transformers, import auto model for Vision 2 sec, and from optimum.intel imports, you can import this library, and you also import this library from transformers import auto processor and pipeline. Then the model ID you are going to give it, they're going to define it, which is the Eclipse slash small VM 256M instruct OpenVINO. Then the model is called to auto model for Vision 2 sec dot from pre-trained model, and the model, another model that you're using here. Also, your processor is auto processor dot from pre-trained model. Then you also define your pipe with this your pipeline, your image text to text, and your model is equal to model, your processor is equal to processor. Then you can now get your results as pipe open bracket text equals images and messages max underscore new underscore tokens equals 200. Then you close the bracket. Now, how can you use OpenVINO integration with Optimum Intel? The first is you can use it to convert your model to the OpenVINO IR, and you can also use it to optimize your model, and you can also run inference with OpenVINO runtime. So when you are converting your model to OpenVINO IR, you can use this code on your command line interface, your Optimum command line interface as Optimum CLI export OpenVINO model Hugging Face TB slash small VLM 256M instructs OV underscore model. You can also convert on the fly from your optimum.intel. You import OV model for visual causal LLM. The model ID, you define it as Hugging Face TB slash small VLM 256M instruct. Then you also define your model, then you save it. So this is how it works on the Hugging Face. You sign into your Hugging Face, then you can now export your model to OpenVINO, then you submit it. So these are some of the benefits of quantization. The first is quantization is so smaller a model, and it also reduces memory footprint when you are using it, and it also is very fast, and it's lower power consumption. So if you look at the principle of quantization, is you use lower bit precision for weights or your activation. That is your from this from minus 3.4 E38 to 3.4 E38. So from minus 25, you're rounding it from 0 to 1 here, and now it's 12 now, so fast. So quantization, you can use it for there's post-training quantization, which is only the weights are quantized. The advantages is that it is easier to implement and it has low accuracy degradation. Also, activation ranges computed at runtime. And these are some of the advantages. There is no calibration step that you are going to require when you are carrying it out. When you are quantizing, and it can also adapt to input variations, and it's a good balance performance versus accuracy. So if you look at the static parts, the activation ranges pre-computed during calibration, and it's performed at the maximum gain for you. So let's look at weight only quantization. From optimum.intel, you import OV model for visual causal LLM, then OV weight quantization config, then you define your model ID and your QID, your key
Let me see. Hi everyone. Please confirm you can hear me at the back. That's fine. So apologies for the technical difficulties. For event days like this, things like this happen. So let's just start, and this is going to be a very interesting one. So I've noticed a bit of low energy all day today because we've been listening to guys online. So I want you guys to stand up and let's shake it out, please. Let's stand up. Thank you very much, guys. Yes, I will. So let's shake it out. Let's shake it out. Let's shake it out. Let's shake it out. Let's stretch out. And don't worry, we're in for a ride. Thank you very much, guys. Yeah. So please let's have our seat. So the title of my talk is Where Will It Converge? And I will quickly tell you a story. But before that, for the agenda today, we'll be looking at technologies of great scale. We'll be looking at the internet as an historical anchor.
And we'd also be defining what convergence is. We'll look at the big question that we are here to answer today. We'll look at energy. We'll look at forces that are actually driving AI towards convergence. And we'll look at the profound impact of convergence and also why the future is being built now. Before I go on, what will an AI native life look like? Let me just paint a very vivid picture for you. Imagine you start your day with workout that is powered by AI intelligence. You wear Meta Wayfarer as your eyeglasses. You use ChatGPT and cloud to go through your day. You plan your meal with calorie intelligence. You go to bed with sleep intelligence. What an intelligent life. I took that off X from one of my friends, right? And we're slowly moving towards this life today, right? Where our life will be solely powered by artificial intelligence. But there is something to look at here. Technologies of great scale hardly leave anything untouched. They affect the way we live, they are going to affect the way we work, and they are even going to affect the way we interact with the world around us, right? And we can take a look at the internet as an example. So I said I was going to tell you guys a story. So in 1979 thereabout, some people in some part of the world said they wanted two computers to communicate, right? And there was the ARPANET project. And in the 1980s, they were able to succeed in that particular endeavor. Afterwards, even though that was a military project, some people said, why not let us expose this particular project to the entire public? And them being able to do that gave birth to the World Wide Web, right? And today, almost every one of us cannot live without the internet. That's just to draw a bit of a parallel analogy towards convergence. And to answer what convergence is, it's a point where a big technology is now normalized, ubiquitous, you can see it all around you, and it is invisible, right? You can't see the internet, but it's indispensable. So Jetemi just came here this morning and said the internet is off, right? That's how powerful it is. Without the internet, the world would absolutely just go into a state of chaos, right? And there are different types of convergence example. One is cloud computing, right? Everything we do today, the modern web, the modern work is powered by cloud computing. If you're able to access anything very fast, or you write your code with IDE, or today you use cloud or ChatGPT, everything is powered by cloud computing. And if you switch that off, that's the backbone of the entire internet, you wouldn't be able to do anything. The other bit is internet. Try to imagine your life without the internet. How do you communicate with your family staying so far away? And the last example here is electricity. Who knows when electricity was discovered? Even though it's a normal phenomenon in the world, we've been able to use electricity to power what our modern life is like today, right? And, as AI keeps spreading across everything, it begs the question, where will it converge? And this question is super important because when the internet started as ARPANET, when those people were thinking about how to connect two distinct computers for you to speak to each other, they never thought 25, 35 years ago would be here where I'll be able to speak to my uncle in England or speak to my family miles across from me, right? So we really need to think about it because it's simply going to be the new normal. And if we again look at history, we look at energy, pre-industrial revolution, industrial revolution started in England, and pre that time, men would always rely on our energy, to eat animals, wind, we depend on the power of wind, we depend on the power of water. And then we skipped to industrial revolution. The first, second, and third industrial revolution gave birth to steam machine. And because of steam machine, we're able to now, build machines that can actually now move us from one place to another. At the beginning of the 20th century, the Wright brothers were able to, build the aeroplane and just move us forward, tending towards massive scales. But if there is anything to really think about, it is the way like distribution and integration needs to work for great technology, and it is high time we start thinking about it. If AI is tending towards a place that it is going to converge, how can it be distributed properly? How can it be integrated properly? And I'll give you an example. So I was somewhere yesterday, a high school actually, where I was teaching senior high school students how to use AI. And even though that was fulfilling for me, what really got to me was when I eventually went on V0 and I asked one of the students, what do they want me to build? They gave me several silly examples, right? And at the end of the day, we said we were going to build an e-commerce website, right? I said, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put the description of what you guys have told me to build. I'm just going to put it in this chat box, and then I'm going to magically come up with an internet. One student, their head boy, said it's a lie, that it's not possible. Okay, let's see. They told me what they wanted us to sell with our e-commerce website. They told me they wanted us to sell jerseys, boots, Coca-Cola, all sort of things, right? So we wrote it in our V0 dev and we pull it up. And V0 was, well, I added it to the prompt. I said it should be colorful. When they saw the website, they started clapping. That's one way to think about integration. Think about it. Those kids will now know what AI is because I told them they should go and meet their moms and dad and build something for their businesses. I really hope they do that, right? But we need to think about distribution and integration from now. And if there is anything we need to think about, like what are the different forces that are driving AI convergence, right? And the big and obvious one is the capital investment. If you look at it, right, there was $6 billion in XAI, right? There was also like the $1 trillion data center investment by Amazon. Big companies are pouring a lot of capital into this. They're not just doing it for humanitarian sake. It's so that one day we'll be able to live and all our life will be defined by artificial intelligence. The second bit is the tech advancement. If you use AI product enough, you would see that every six months, we keep making distinct stride with the different models. Just some days ago, they just released Cloud Sonnet 4.5, and you're able to do magical stuff with it. There is now GPT-5. You need to see the amazing things you can do with that particular model. If we're dealing with a technology that every 3 to 4 to 6 months, we keep seeing improvement, it means something. It means we can magically and exponentially improve the way humans relate with each other. Think 25, 30 years from now, what would that world look like? And that is one of the reasons why we're discussing where will it converge. The third bit is network effect, right? And ChatGPT alone has about 100 million active users, right? And with more users, when you type in and put in prompt into ChatGPT, you get responses, right? With more users, you have more data. With more data, you're able to train the model, right? And with better model, you get better adoption. So you sort of have like a flywheel that is now creating a network effect. It will only keep getting better. There is also the question of making sure people use it correctly, which is an entire talk in itself. Then there is also the big tech integration, right? Meta released a particular model some days ago. I know a lot of internet critics said it's just a slope generating, it's just a machine generating slope. But for me, I see a platform play where a company like Meta, companies like Alphabet, or are able to embed AI in such a way that you can't do without it. Then the last bit is form factor adaptability, right? And this is super important because if you think about AI, there are numerous channels to embed AI, maybe as at the foundational level, as a third-party layer, or as something that like the users have to use primarily. There is a company called Harvey AI, and what they just did is a vertical integration of AI for big law firms. They are really killing it and making a lot of money because they've been able to help law firms solve their law problems with AI, a lot of documentation and a lot of those things. So we have this different forces driving AI convergence, which makes it such that in 25, 30 years from now, we'll be living in a totally different world, just like the internet rapidly changed things for us. Now, I want to discuss, sorry about that. I want to discuss AI and other technology because if we're discussing technology that will converge, you think of technology like what happened to 3D printing? It got that hype, it was going like this, then it suddenly dipped. What happened to AR and VR? Like, it got that hype and it suddenly dipped, right? There's still like the utility. Then there is cryptocurrency, right? Where people are able to do a lot of things now with Bitcoin. These are different technology in itself, like, right? But you can't compare them to AI because of the practical, broad, and immediate impact across different sectors and different users. That is what is driving us towards convergence, right? Those days, I remember in 2017, 2018, there was the concept of if you have a 3D printing machine at home, you can just literally build anything at all. But what is happening? How many people really use 3D machines today? When I asked the kids I was teaching yesterday, how many of them get to use TikTok, right? Almost everyone. When I asked the kids who amongst them use ChatGPT, almost everyone. They even confided in me that they started using their ChatGPT to do their assignments, right? And I was like, well, I like it. I just whispered to their teacher to make the problems harder. No. Now, we need to talk about the profound impact of convergence, right? We know it's going to converge someday. And what will it be for us, right? One is to look at productivity tools. When man invented the paper, we're able to store a lot of information. Think about the leap from writing and printing press. Because of that, they are able to distribute Bible. Think of when word processing as a productivity tool came up, and a lot of people in the office space are now able to quickly document things, store things, and like send things out, right? So AI is rapidly going to speed up what productivity means to us. The second bit is on infrastructure, right? And sadly, we live in Nigeria, or for most of us, right? And we have this massive infrastructure gap. AI is one of the ways that can actually really help us close that gap, right? And then there is the human interaction. When I was researching intelligence, right, there are different types of intelligence. And one way that AI has demonstrated that it can, really help the human race, let me just put it that way, is the interrelation type of intelligence where you are not able to understand other people better, and because of that, you're able to relate with them better. So these are examples of the impact that convergence will bring for us. So, despite the fact that AI will be converging at some point, there are now deeper questions for us to answer. Questions like the knowledge of the truth, the knowledge and like the truth problem, which is somehow related to some philosophic thinking, like epistemology. So, what is the actual truth? What is actually the truth? Who is the actual author? If I go to ChatGPT and I told ChatGPT, write a story based on Oliver Twist, and it gives me a replica, does that mean I'm Charles Dickens? Does that mean I'm another author? Will I credit ChatGPT for the creation? Will I credit myself? Will I credit ChatGPT? A lot of these things will change a lot. What we count as expertise today, with the tools I have, I'm able to simplify problems, give solutions. But with ChatGPT, I'm able to do 100 times. You see a lot of experts thinking we don't want to have this. Just yesterday, some Hollywood stars don't like the fact that film studios have now started reaching out to some companies that are creating digital-based actors. They say they don't want it. What will count as expertise in that word? How do we even validate the truth? A big question that we all need to answer. So let me give you an example. I saw a tweet where a friend put up, if you know Maryland very well, there is this big billboard across Maryland, and with Gemini, you're able to put your own image of your own company, right? How can you, a user on X, verify that that particular piece of media is actually there in real life? What counts as, you can't go there. What counts as the truth? But in all of this discussion, right, since we know it is tending towards convergence, we need to seize the opportunity. We need to sculpt its landing. We need to influence the direction. And one practical way for me was me teaching the kids to know, look, there is this type of technology you need to be aware of. If there is anything I want every one of us to leave here today is, you need to start thinking of how to individually direct AI in your life, right? Because that way you're able to even capture disproportionate value, right? So we really need to seize the opportunity. And the future is being built now. There is this quote from Warren Buffett that I would paraphrase, where he said, the next best time to invest is now. The S&P has been improving since 30 years ago. You see it improving year on year. And you're like, where will I even get the money to invest? Like, just invest right now so that in 30 years from now, things can be better. So if we're sure in 30, 35 years from now, we're going to live in a totally different world, why can't we now start shaping it now so we're part of the people that are leaving the imprint on the world that we're going to create in 35 years' time, right? And if you don't ask where AI is headed, you're only going to react in that future. And if you do, you are going to shape the world that is going to be born. And thank you very much. So I'm going to ask for questions now. If you have questions, if you have anything that you want to ask, please, I'd like to take them now. Any takers? Please go ahead.
How does one now actively start building the future of building AI so that in 35 years' time they are a part of what is going to happen, or they're part of the changes that we will see in the future? Because, like you most definitely referenced, we are actually behind in terms of AI infrastructure. So, how does us being in Nigeria, how do we now key into that future, maximizing whatever opportunities we have at our table?
Thank you very much. That's a good question. So one key way is, first, we need to be realistic with where we are right now. Like, a lot of us Nigerians and Africans are not realistic with where we are. Right now, a lot of people are still suffering with access to electricity, right? That's a fundamental issue. So if there is anything we need to improve right now, we should rapidly start pointing the powers of AI towards our fundamental problem. Once we're able to solve our fundamental problem, then we can start leapfrogging. So I hope that's a bit answer your question. I don't know if there are any other questions. Okay, so I'll just check online. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Apart from the infrastructural gap, we also have a challenge in Africa and Nigeria, which is the data gap. AI degrades on data, like you said, and we all know that. But this African data or Nigeria data is not available. Nigeria doesn't have this culture of data keeping or whatever. So how can we uh, solve this issue towards the convergence of AI, especially in Africa or in Nigeria?
That's a very good one too. So the question of data is a very personal one to me, because in recent times, like you said, to build a very powerful model or AI, right, you need to have like a proper data to train your model with. And to even do that, you need to be able to collect your data efficiently, right? And that has not been the case. So one way for us to do this is to re-architect what data collection means for us in Africa. Because once we're able to collect efficiently, it means we'll be able to label the data properly, right? And today, most of the companies that currently do data labeling for top AI labs currently like leverage Africans. So why can't we start thinking of data labeling by Africans for Africans? So I'll say we become more efficient with collection, we become more efficient with how we label, then we can build something that is truly useful for us. Thank you. Please go ahead.
I wanted to speak to. I mean, you mentioned like the fact that there is an infrastructure gap. So, like, what one thing that scares me the most is like the energy demand. Do you think we ever be able to like make up because the energy demand is quite like much? You see, like infrastructure like Stargate, like the money that you need. So, what do you think about like the energy demand, like respect to like in African context?
Thank you very much. You see, more than 600 million people in Africa today don't have access to electricity, right? And you're very right on the energy demand for us to build a proper AI that will be useful to us. One good way to think about energy for AI will be decentralization and for us to look for a proper energy mix. All across the world, most economies are now relying on sustainable energy. We still have 70% of our energy coming from oil. We need to start pivoting towards looking at wind and sun energy. And this is not something a private individual can do just by themselves. So it will be a PPP, a public-private partnership for that kind of thing to be successful for Africans. That's how I think about it. Online. Okay. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Now, with respect to trust or technology, privacy and ethics are major concern. So, do you think in 30 or 35 years, and the projections is that AI will convert because this trust for technology is actually a global problem, a global phenomenon. So, what do you think?
So my thought on that is as AI goes towards convergence, cryptography will become very useful, where we are able to uniquely identify a person like you and I. We are able to uniquely identify our creation. So how we are going to use things like social media will definitely change. If there is a machine that can just keep on generating things, there will be a redefinition around who is the author, who is this person, because as far as I'm concerned, I could create an agent, give it a name, and let it work for me, right? So for things around trust, privacy, ethics, we would now need to start having a unique way to identify people, to identify agents, to identify what they create and creation. So one way to do that is cryptography. So that's where I'm thinking about it now. No, I can't see the question.
So, someone says, I'm very new to Python. I've never learned or used Python before, and I'm very interested. How do you recommend I start?
Oh, interesting. So I would say you go on to there is a popular YouTube link that I use for my Python coding, right? But outside of that, the documentation is the best way to pick up Python because Python is a very easy programming language in terms of syntax as compared to all other language. So I'll say you visit python.org and you get started with the documentation.
Okay, thank you. So the next one says, in addition to what the speaker is saying, we can rely on platforms like Google Colab to build and train AI models. Reason being that most Africans do not have access to powerful PCs.
Yes, you are absolutely spot on, dear friend.
Pocket lab.
Pocket Lab, Pocket Lab, you're absolutely spot on. So, computing is a problem when it comes to AI, and because most Africans do not have that kind of compute power, we need to rely on big tech supplying and stepping in a gap for that. You're absolutely spot on. I don't know if there are any other questions. None online. I will check it. I don't have it right now offhand. I'll just check it out. We'll just. Yeah. Please go ahead with your question.
Um, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Based on what you shared, what would the future look like when it comes to education and for students that are in their room? Oh, I know there is no best course, like course of study in university, like every course is important. Or what are the courses for the future? Like for instance, now universities are adopting courses like software engineering, adopting AI as a course now. That means you can have BSc AI, BSc data science, BSc software engineering, which was not a thing as far back as let's say 30 years ago. So what do you think will be future-proof course to study as AI comes in or as there is convergence between people, technology, and every other thing? What will be the course that will keep you at that intersection that will be sought for? Of course, really.
Thank you very much for that question. So the way I would think about it is at different level, your focus should be on different things, right? If I was training my kid to live in an AI competitive world in 30 years from now, when they are very young, my focus would be on them to be very strong when it comes to mathematics and physics. So I studied physics in the University of Lagos, and I know the importance of knowing how the world works. For mathematics, mathematics is the language of the universe, and these things do not change and will never change. AI is just an application of physics and mathematics. So if anything, to live in a future-proof way, in such a way that if you wake up 30, 35 years from now, you will never, live in a world that has just gone far ahead. Like, you need to be very good with mathematics and physics. And then as they continue to grow harder, I'll say for them to focus on STEM. So, and that's science, technology, engineering, and maths also. And that is super important, and that would never leave. But then not everyone can be an engineer, a coder, or a technologist like most of us. So one good thing that anybody that they can really do, such that in 30, 20 years from now they'll be good, is to build human living experience. We're accelerating towards a world where this machine could be an AI agent, right? Or this chair rather could be an AI agent. Or you totally have AI agents that are now, doing things on our behalf. They will become more popular. And if there is anything to know about humanity at all, we always tend towards the opposite side. So people need to start increasingly building for human-centric feelings and emotions. So that will never go extinct at all because there will still be pro-human people. Yeah. I don't know if there are any other question. There are no other question. Thank you so much for having me. Have a good day.
Um, I'm audible enough. All right, good. All right, welcome back, everyone, and good afternoon. For the next couple of minutes, we'll be looking at the talk, building an AI-powered support assistant with RAG. Building an AI-powered support assistant with RAG. 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 All right, we'll get to that. That I like that. All right. So with RAG, that's what we're talking about. I'm Ajadi Paul, and I intend to show us why RAG is good for customer support, the architecture overview of RAG, how to prepare your data, ideally, chunking your data, and then I would also be doing a live code on Google Colab, ideally, and how you can expose, your model via endpoints. And we'll be talking about modern best practices and the challenges with RAG. All right, RAG simply means retrieval augmented generation. When I was working on this slide, by the way, let me interject. Couple of years I was here. I was at PyConNG. Um, Software. I did not get any of the pictures of my. So please, this time around, make sure I. Thank you. All right. So, like as I was saying, RAG means retrieval augmented generation. Ideally, what I'm trying to paint today is that sometimes if I don't see anybody snap me, I will keep on interjecting till somebody snaps me. So one thing I'm trying to show us today is how we can move from our LLM. Thank you very much. That's one. Our LLMs generating response from static data ideally to seeing how our model can generate real-time, near real-time, response. We all know that models are built with pre-trained data, ideally, and all of that. But with RAG has a way of ensuring that it can infer or put your query into context before it generates data. So RAG, what RAG does, or retrieval augmented generation, I will use it interchangeably with RAG, is that it helps to add up-to-date knowledge. In other words, RAG can retrieve information from documents, from database, from the web. And then it can also give you domain-specific answers. In other words, you can get access to internal company data, not specifically, what you have trained your model with. It reduces hallucinations. Hallucinations are very, very common. Especially when we're using ChatGPT. I've had cases where I'm using ChatGPT and I almost feel like banging, literally, you just keep on saying, no, ChatGPT, this is not the right information. This is not the right information. And then you get to a point that is cost efficient. There is no information. It's transparent. It's transparent because when it generates information, it can cite where the information retrieved from. So, in other words, you can fact check. This is what you have provided for me, and this is where I got this piece of information. So it can give you accurate answers, and then it's possible to scale support with a very lower cost, and it's literally fast. So the RAG was introduced in the year 2020. It's relatively new, but it's been adopted widely, just to ensure that LLMs are factual and that they are context aware. Um, with RAG will always prioritize new information, ideally through what we call prompt stuffing. So it prioritizes and ensures that what you get is up to date or recent information, through prompts. The architecture is what I have next. The first thing is we start with the user query. This is the point where user asks questions, which every one of us do or does. And then how do I request a refund? Since the use case scenario is now around customer support and all that. So let's assume, I want to paint a scenario now that we have, a particular website or a service, ideally, and we want to build a uh, kind of chat or FAQ, in which users can ask questions about your product, about your services, and all that. Now, let me pause here. You know that typically, thank you, Softon. If you want to do that, typically, what you would initially do is you would train your model, right, with all the data source that you have for now. Is that correct? And then as user feeds input, it can generate response, based on what you have trained with, right? Now with RAG is introducing another technique so that user input, what you have trained with user input, can be, it gives context to what you're asking, or it makes sure that whatever you're feeding or you're asking, it can look at documents, it can look at your website or whatever it is that it has, and generate answers specifically to what you are asking. So you will not need to every now and then keep on training your model. No, I will show you how that with RAG you can feed in a PDF, you can feed in a text, and then it basically scans through, checks for the most recent information, and can give you response. So we start with the user query. Users get to ask any question, then the query gets transformed into what we call embeddings. Embeddings are vector representation of your prompt or whatever it is that you're asking the system. And then we have what we call the retriever. If you remember what I said, RAG initially, if you go back to it, is retrieval augmented generation. That is what RAG stands for. So we have what we call the retriever. What it does is your query or whatever is embedded as a vector representation. So it checks the embeddings, and there are two popular libraries that we use for this. One is called the face, and then we call the PyConNG. There are several other ones, but I will be showing you how to do this with the face. Face was built with Meta, so I trust that it has quite some information to run with. So we have the face, and then we have the PyConNG. Um, then it breaks whatever the system has fed it with, it breaks it into what we call chunks. I'll also be showing you what chunking means as I progress. Then we have what we call the context injection. This is the prompting. In other words, it will retrieve your chunks, what the user has fed into the system, plus the chunk. It scans through all of the files that you can get on the system and then breaks them into chunk just so that it's faster. So you have fed an input with the chunk that it feels this is near similar to what the answer is. It can combine both together to generate a response. Do you get what I just said now? I can come again. So you have asked it a question that says, how do I get a refund? That is your user response, right? Then it can go to your system, the PDF or whatever it has on your website. It breaks all the information it has on your system. It breaks it into what we call chunks. When you are building the model, you can set the chunk size to a chunk of 100, and then you can set overlap. We'll also get there. So with your input, with the chunk that it has fed already anywhere, it combines the two, and that is what it uses to give you factual information. So in other words, you are moving from a system that is just giving you, what you have trained with. Do you get the analogy? So it's not just going to rely solely on what you have trained, because what you have trained with could be data of 2020. That might be the most recent, algorithm that you have trained your model with. But your service or your website keeps on improving, because automatically there are new services, there are new products, and all of that. That you have on your systems with the we are still on the architectural overview. So I was explaining the user query, I explained the user query, the retrieval, the prompting, up to the point where it generates response. So the data preparation step, ideally, what we have here is we have the data can be fed in as a document, it can be fed in as a text, or frequently asked question. Any of this you could feed into your system, then it can chunk. Basically, in programming, we use chunking as a technique, where we want to batch process some information. So I'm going to borrow from that idea to explain what I'm trying to do. So what we do in chunking is we tokenize, break into several pieces that the system can process at some reasonable amount of time. Then we embed, obviously, and after embedding, we have the face or the pinecone. Okay, I have a piece of code here, but if you are online, you would see how an example of data preparation of our model. I don't know if it's possible to project because I have a Google Colab note. Okay, but if we are following, okay, so if everyone's seen it, that's fine. All right, so what we have here is we'll be using the lang chain. We'll be splitting our text. We'll use that for chunking and all of those information. And as you can see, I am passing, creating a variable called docs, and I am opening a text file, support docs, or you can load whatever it is. Then I am adding a chunk size of 800 and a chunk overlap of 100. Now, let me pause here and explain why we have a chunk size, why we have chunk size and chunk overlap. Two important things. Okay, I think I have a slide dedicated to this. Then after that, we can now, generate, what I'm doing is how many chunks do I have in the system. Then the next thing I have is the embedding and the vector database representation. Using the face. Face is an acronym for Facebook AI Similarity Search, ideally, developed by Facebook AI researcher, and it's optimally used for fast similarity search and clustering. Quite good, if I say that. Now, chunking, and why do we chunk? Why do we chunk? Chunking affects the retrieval quality and relevance. Chunking helps, or it affects the quality of, and I'm going to elaborate on that. It affects the retrieval quality and the relevance of the data that's being generated. Now, what it means is that you can either chunk too small or you can chunk too large. You can chunk too small or you can chunk too large. If you have a very small chunk, then it's possible that your RAG would lose context or give you incomplete answer. Let's take this as an example. So I have a particular document, let's say 1,000 document, and I'm chunking in 200s. So when the system has chunked, that means I expect it to chunk into about 5 parts, right? Now, if it chunks and then it picks from PyCon Nigeria is the biggest, whatever, and then it picks from NG. We have PyConNG is. It picks from, instead of picking from PyCon, it's possible that where it falls in, it picks from NG is. It did not start from PYCON. So NG is the this and that, and you are just chunking into 5 pieces with 1,000 texts. I would not do that. Ideally, why are you breaking 1,000 texts into 5 pieces when you could break into 2 or 3? Ideally. However, we also have a context. We have something we call overlap. Overlap means that even if PyConNG, is chunked into 5 bits, overlap means from the point where the first one starts, it can come in. So if the first one is starting from NG, the one before it must have started from PYCON. That's what overlap does. So overlap has a way of taking it back a little so that if the next one is starting from character 5, for instance, that the previous one would most likely have um, NG. It would have PyConNG before the NG. Do you get the algorithm I'm trying to say? Or should I come again? Do you get what I'm trying to say? So, okay, okay, thank you. Do I have a, do I have a, do I have a, okay, okay, so I have a pen too, but I don't want to. Okay, okay.
Can you bring it closer, please?
Okay.
Perfect, perfect, perfect.
Have I covered the show now? Non-cited. So we are chunking, I did. And basically, what we have now, we have Python engine chunking. This has been chunking, at the side. So we expect that the other one should start from, let me see, because we are chunking here, not here. All right, but this is a complete text, yeah, which we have told our system to chunk it to these things. With overlap, if we set overlap, our overlap can now, we can tell our overlap to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. With overlap of 7, and then a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chunk of 5. What it means is that by the time it starts breaking, we are using just one sentence as an example. A little bit of is something, whatever it is. A little bit of this is still in the previous period. You get that? You get that? I'll be doing a code so that we basically as I've said, ideally, and what it means is that you can lose context, or you can even chunk too large, which allows you to mix topics, or it's very hard for the system to yes, should I go on? To retrieve. That's early. Okay, let me connect to. Okay, how can I find? Yeah, I'm going to explain. Thank you. We don't know the context. All right, awesome. I like that. So we are going to get that. We are going to get there. Don't worry. Uh, okay. So as I was saying, there's a rule just to answer that question, so I don't forget. Um, there's a rule, and it's that you do 20 to 1,000 tokens, basically depending on your documents. And when you need to overlap, ideally, the rule is to do 10 to 20% of your chunk size. When you want to overlap, do 10 to 20% of your chunk size. Do 10 to 20% of your chunk size, it doesn't have to be too much because it means that you keep on carrying information from the lower. So there's redundancy, in your overall representation. So 10 to 20% of the chunk size is great. I would support that. So when you have an optimal chunk size, depends on the kind of data you have, obviously. Then overlapping helps to maintain context in between different chunks, and then just like we do in programming, it's great to also experiments. Because when you build, you can give it prompts and see how it responds to your feedback. So what I'm saying is what I feel, but of course we can be dynamic with it. We can try experiment. Since you'll be the one building um, distance. So the retrieval process ideally what retrieval does is to ensure that you can generate fresh and relevant knowledge. That's the beauty of what we do here. That you can generate very fresh and relevant knowledge. Reducing hallucination and ensuring that your responses are getting from the stored documents, user inputs, and it can be very fast because of what the guys at Facebook have done or are doing. So there are three things here that I've captured here. The user query, which I've explained as a prompt by the user, then the query is embedded. And what we have here is when the user asks a question, the question is being converted to vector representation so that you can compare meaning ideally. We're not just comparing the words, but we're comparing meaning, giving it more context. And then the top most similar chunk is what is retrieved. When it compares, it basically can pick up the top most similar one, not just anything random, all the old information, and then those chunks are what is now fed into your LLM to give you um, the response that you want. So I have another sample of code here, long chain, retrieval, then the LLM, I'm using chat OpenAI, which is not free by the way, it's paid. But for my demo, I'm using the free one, don't worry. I'm using the Hugging Face that someone talked about initially. And then we have the point where we are doing our query. So the response generation or the prompting, RAG, RAG combines the user query. I think I've stressed it enough with the retrieved context, and it helps to guide the LLM to generate grounded answers. If the confidence is low, which happens, which is some of the limitations with, we cannot totally eradicate this limitation. But if the confidence is low, then the system can escalate to human support. That's where you can now add some try except try error handling so that if it does not generate any response, then send a mail to whoever needs to respond or whatever it is. So we have that. We have the prompt, and then we have the question that's been asked. Now, the last part is how you can expose uh, all of these models via. But before I go to this, and I have a piece of code here using Fast API. Of course, this can be imported to Django or whatever Python library we have. So I'm going to be going on to Google Colab now, so I can show you an example of how this is supposed to work. Or I'm sharing this. Can you confirm that you have Google Colab on now? Good, good. Someone is saying the audio is not clear. I don't know. All right. So the first thing we are going to do here is, okay, I pray your internet is fast, or I can just let's run this. So the first thing is, of course, we have to install our dependencies. Thank you very much for this. Please tag me when you post the video. All right. All right. So the first thing that we have here is we are going to be running. So we have about 4, 5, 6 here. The last one, which is the PyPDF, I'll be showing you two ways where we can retrieve information from the PDF. Thank you so much. I feel honored. So where we can retrieve information from a PDF file, and we can also retrieve information from a text that we have just done copy and paste for. That's the first. That's what I want to show you from this. Then the next one is I'm going to be importing um, files, the PDF logger, then the copy face pipeline, and the face, that I talked about the other time. Okay, the API keys. There are two keys. The Hugging Face, as you can see there, which is free. I wanted to the first one, which is the uh, Open API key, but there are limitations, rate limiting and all that. I have to subscribe, and I didn't want to go that route. So I'm going to be expressly using the Hugging Face API key. Then the next four, the step 4 is where I'm loading. If you check that, there are two things. The docs is where I've just copied the random FAQ text, refund policy, password reset, shipping, and all of those things. And then the other one there I have is I'm uploading a particular file which I just downloaded. So it's a random file that I downloaded online. So I'm going to be uploading the file Python programming. Yeah, it's a Python programming file. It's about 3.5 megabytes and it has several topics. So it's uploading. Let's have it finished. Then all right. The next thing is step 5 is where I'm doing my chunking. I'm chunking using a chunk of 500. My file is large, so 550, 10% of my that's how I did. 10% of my raw. I hope this answers the question of whoever is asking that question. Then I'll be splitting the documents into what we call chunks. Then the embedding, the vector DB representation, I mentioned the last time that I'm using FAS or FACE, as it's properly called. Pardon my explanation. Oh, right. So, all right, then we can now use our pipeline, the open phase pipeline, and the moment of truth, which is let's build the chain. But if we are going to be very practical, you would agree with me that this is not overly complex, you know, from building a typical, or I want to feel this is complex. Please, I have a bias towards, pardon, I take it back. It's complex. All right, so let's have this finish, then we can. But I can drop a link to this code so that you just can go through it and see that it's nothing nothing out of the. It's still running, still running. Still running. Let's see, about 990 megabytes, 80% almost there. All right. While that's running, we can test this with any. I have some keywords there that I've put, but in case you have any that you like, we basically can. So let's do our retrieval. You notice that I'm doing two retrievals. I'm retrieving from the documents I attached earlier, and I'm also retrieving from the PDF file that I uploaded to the system. Okay, so I'll be going on to that. I think I've done that. Then I'll be asking a question: how can I reset my password? So what I've fed into it is if the user at any point imputes, how do I reset my password? Now, in a use case scenario, if you're a programmer here, what it means is that you can have an endpoint, a post request that gets, this input from the user, and then using that variable or whatever it is, the request or the body, pass it into the LLM with QA.run. So how do I reset my password? The response should be visit the account setting page and click reset password. An email will be sent to your registered email address. If I have another one, then I want to summarize the PDF that we uploaded, which is remember I said for context, it's a Python, yeah, which has over 100 pages. So I'm asking it to summarize, and they just give me the key points from that PDF file I have uploaded. Let's see if it's, gives us something sensible. Network maybe. Okay, so it's giving us a a feedback. the incredible growth of Python, database such as SQL, two platforms of iOS. So basically, I think that this has done an incredible job, in my opinion, of summarizing it, doing a summary of what the PDF file we have uploaded in. Then we can go ahead and ask some more questions. I'm not going to bother about all of these things. We can go ahead, and have some prompts or query for our um, system to. Okay, okay. Let me go back now. Let's go back to how you can expose your endpoints, which is deployment. This is something that I personally like because I don't want to be the model that I cannot deploy, into the hands of people. I want people to be able to use it so I can learn from that. So I'm using Fast API at this point, which is what everyone is going into now. Ideally, um, we can wrap it around our usual REST endpoints. Create routes, ask for query, upload documents. So I've written a short snippet. What I have here is after setting up my fast, I have a post request that with the route ask, and what it does is whatever the user has input in the push request, feed into the system, generate a response. Then I have the upload file where we can upload, file into the system. Um, Now, the challenges. Okay, the challenges and best practice. The chunking trade-off, like I said, ideally, um, note that if your chunking is too small, what you do is you have fragmented meaning. It means your data will be fragmented. If it is too large, it will lose context. Latency, retrieval and generation can be slow in most cases. It can be slow. Data privacy, sensitive documents must be handled securely. Of course, privacy and security is very important. Then evaluation, it can be hard to, measure correctness beyond the accuracy level. Of course, the best practices tune your chunk size. This is where the practice comes in. Tune chunk size, overlap to ensure that you have a very balanced context. Use embeddings that are reliable, and vector database face, I mentioned face, I've mentioned the PyCon, and then you can set confidence thresholds out beyond which you should escalate, to human support agents. And you can also have keep human in the loop critical cases. AI is going to a point where everyone wants to start firing, you know, um, their support guys, customer support, and all that. Well, let's see how the conversation goes. See that, but it's good to have some human in the loop. Monitor logs, have Sentry to monitor logs, see how responses are appearing, and all this information. Then to answer the latency issue the other time, use cache. These are best practices we do even in the uh, programming world. So I have a full code, which is the collab code that I can drop after now. Thank you very much. I am Ajadi Paul Olade, and my handle is Ajadi473. You can reach me at paul@trainingsbysolutions.com. I hope to be here again some other time. Till then, thank you, and God bless. So if you have questions, let's see if we can do one or two before we I think I've answered one at a time. Let's see. I've answered that question. Any other one? All right. In that case, thank you very. Okay. Yes.
You said we should use 20 to 30% even with that, is it safe to say that it will be more safer to use so you don't have
So I'm not going to say it's a sin. I did it. That's why I said you have to tune. Is a complex thing. Yeah, yes, sorry. So that's what I was saying the last time that you have to tune. Ideally, 10 to 20 is what I've experimented with, and it's safe for me. But what works on my network is tune, so that you can vary these values and whatever works for you. But within 10 to 20, you should have it. That was it. Right? All right. So thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can we just make it a bit calm, please? Right. So I know some of us are tired, but if we can just maybe stand up and stretch your body a bit before we start the section. I know we just eating and we might be tired. Okay, I don't have to leave here because of the camera. So let's just stretch our body a bit, please. Let's stretch our body a bit, please. Let's stretch our body a bit, guys. Sorry? It's not okay. Yeah, okay. Let's stretch our body, please. Don't sit down, please. Stand up and stretch your body. Let's have our seat here. It's good to be here. I think I have to shout out to the organizer. Let's have our seat, please. Shout out to the organizers of this event. This is a great work, I would say. All right, so my name is Balogun David Taiwo. I'm a data scientist and also I work in AI, also AI expert, I would say. And one question that has been buzzing over my mind over a couple of years and months, and I think recently some of my students, when I was teaching them, I also teach data science and all that. Right, so I was teaching them, and one lady asked me, I think she was based in Nairobi, Kenya, or I think one of these Eastern African companies, Botswana, or I think Botswana or Lesotho, really can't remember. So she asked me a question that, Mr. David, like, they have a very different accent from we, right? So our accent are quite unique. He said, Mr. David, what's the future of Africa? How can we Africanize our data in Africa, right? So more or less like Africanizing data for Africa, right? And that was a very deep question. And to be honest, we are always clamoring about ChatGPT, AI, and all that. But is it really built for Africa? Are they really taking Africa into consideration when they are building this? Right? Are they really taking us into consideration, or we are just more or less like the dumping sites? We just go and pick what they are using and say, what, I've used there. You see people, no offense or disregard to anyone. You see people saying they are doing AI training on how to use AI to and all that. But these guys shipping this thing, they don't put you guys into consideration. They don't put us into consideration. And if I thought they are putting us into consideration, we are more or less like how do they call it in Nigerian parliament, the minority member or thereabouts. You get what I'm trying to say? So that brings me to the context of data sovereignty in Africa, building ethical AI with Python, right? So sovereignty, more or less like ownership, having ownership of the data. So when we look at AI is a buzzing word, and over the couple of years, we'll be hearing so much about AI, and all that, and what does it really mean, and how do we bring data, or how does data come into perspective when we are saying AI? AI can't function without data, and that's what brings us to the context of data sovereignty, how we own the data, or who really own the data, and if we don't own the data, how can we come into the space of owning the data? So across different industries, the health sector, finance, agri, we've seen how AI has been able to make major impacts. Looking at some case study of Babangona, for instance. Babangona is a agri-tech company in Africa, and I was speaking to, I think, the head of AI and data and AI a couple of weeks ago. He was telling me they were able to build some in-house tools to help them reduce risks and all that with the help of AI, all thanks to AI. If you look at our banking sector and the health sector also, we've seen impact of AI. And one of the speakers that spoke, he said something around AI is more or less like something we use in our day-to-day activities. Literally, most of us here we make use of ChatGPT on a day-to-day basis, right? Or any other. And I was speaking to someone recently. He says ChatGPT has made his life very easy. But all these things we are using, is it really built for us? Are they taking us into consideration? And one question I was asking myself recently is, if you bring the app to your phone, for instance, now, or maybe Chat Deck, for instance, most of us make use of Chat Deck. When you put Chat Deck, I think they have this chat box now, or any other application in this that make use of chat box. When you put your native language, Yoruba, for instance, Bawoni, you will probably not get any response. When I don't speak Igbo, but when I put, maybe what's Bawoni in Igbo, I really don't know what it is, right? So when you put it in the chat, those chat box, you don't get any response. And that's because they are not really built for us locally, right? They are really not built for us locally. And when we look at our population in Africa, we have over 1.4 billion, over 1.4 billion in Africa, right? So, and we have over 2,000 languages in Africa. So what is really happening? I can't take my phone to the village and give my grandma, and she input stuff there, and she would get the exact answer of what she wants. If you pick up your phone and check your Google Translator or Siri, and if at all they are going to give you, for instance, now let me give you a perfect instance. Owo, money means owo, right? In Yoruba, and there are probably more like 2 or 3 other sentences that is still actually not that same pronunciation, but same spelling, right?
So when you look at Owo, for instance, Owo is a place in Ondo State. What other word is OWO in Yoruba? I really can't remember. Yeah, apart from Owo and Owo, what other word? Yeah, and yeah, thank you. So when you put it in there, right, you just get more or less like a generic or almost the same pronunciation, right? So you're not getting the actual pronunciation, and that is one of the problems we keep facing because they are just building, they are not taking us into consideration, right? So we have to come to the place of where we really own the data and we are building what is actually right and best for us. So let's move on. So why does it matter in Africa, or why are we clamoring for sovereignty in Africa? So for my PowerPoint, I'll just list like the major one here. So I'll say historical lessons. So when we look at history, for instance, a lot of us are familiar with what is it called, slave trade and all that. More or less like some of us have probably been to Badagry, for the slave trade stuff, and we kind of, they just take us around there and historical moment of it, right? So we need it for history purposes, right? So people can go back or make references to all these things in the future and say, as of maybe XYZ number of years, this thing was being built, and the way you can go into ChatGPT and get data, or you ask questions from ChatGPT and you get your answers from it, right? So we need it for history purposes. We need it for economic opportunity. AI is worth over $1 trillion, maybe in the future. That I think what is her name? McKinsey made the estimate. I think 2030 there about. They said AI is going to worth over, AI industry is going to be maybe over $1 trillion USD, right? So there is more or less like an increase. And if you see most of these VCs now, or most of these investors, majorly around YC, they're always trying to fund, startup, scale up in the AI space. So anything you are doing in the AI space, there is 100% guarantee you definitely get funding. Unlike every other, fintech was the buzzing word over maybe 4 or 5 years ago, but now the major word now is AI, and there are a lot of opportunities and investment going on in that space. So when we look at sovereignty, what does sovereignty simply mean? So sovereignty just simply means ownership. You are taking ownership of what is in your hand, right? So you can own it, you are accountable for it, you make the decision for it, basically. And why is it important? It's important in our finance industry also, right? So we've seen sovereignty coming into play because all these banks, or majority of the bank, owns their data, and they're accountable for it. And you would see stuff like I think it's NPRD, Nigeria Protection Data Rights, something like that, right? So more or less like giving them like training, regular training, putting training in place to make sure there is no breach, there is no illegal use of those data, basically. So why is it important to build, and why is it important to build with Python? So looking at Python is more or less like the most used programming language, I would say, with no disregard to any other language, but Python is the most used, right? And I was speaking to one of my senior software engineer, I think on Monday. Yeah, he randomly called me on Monday. So we were speaking, and he was telling me, I don't like using Python. Like, he doesn't like using Python. He said he likes using Go, and I think he said maybe Java. He likes using Go and Java or Rust majorly. So I think he got a project recently, and they were paying him very well. So he had to say, you know what, I have to go back and brush up my skills with Python. But over the time, with my interaction with people, most people learn Python, and when you learn Python, it's easy to navigate or switch over to any other tools. And looking at Python again, because of the open source community we have in Python, how big or broad Python is. One else, please. How big or how broad I would say Python is, right? So it's very important to tap into the ecosystem and we utilize it when we are building for Africa. So when we look at the rise of AI across Africa, I think I've mentioned it, we've seen the impact in the health care, we've seen the impact in agri industry, we've seen the impact in education and also in finance. I was listening to the news, I think a couple of months ago. I saw a man in China. He said he withdrew his children from school. He said they are not going to school. He's teaching them in his house with AI. I'm going to speak about it tomorrow. I'm coming back here, so I'll speak more about it. So he said he withdrew his children from school. So he's teaching them in his house with AI. And I was like, this man is crazy. But that's going to be the reality of going forward. That's more or less like the future, right? So you see children staying at home and they are learning, right? And I think, no disrespect to school and all that, but I think they will probably learn better and faster than going to school, because you can multitask, do different things, right? So one of the best example I'll give to that is remote workers. You work from home now, tech voice and tech sys. You can juggle two, three jobs, right? But if you are going to the office, you probably can't you will just probably focus on what you are doing at the office at that particular time, right? So the future of work, or the future of AI is people would start learning from their comfort zone. So they don't really have to go out there to learn. So why does ownership matter when we speak about sovereignty? So ownership matter basically. So we want to see there's more or less like a conversation around AI is the new, data is the new oil, data is the new oil, but data is not going to be the new oil, or data is not going to be very effective if we don't maximize it or we don't take ownership of it. And when we look at it, basically, so we are looking at data is not just a structure that is meant to just be managed, right? So it's just deeply connected to our culture, our language, our identity, and human behavior. One else, please. There was a post I saw recently by one of my close, I would say friend, not entirely friend, but someone I know, right? So he posted something across, Africa, Netflix, for instance, or thereabout. There's this picture of most of this documentary. There's this picture of Africa they portray most times, right? In terms of our languages, I think his name is Joshua on Instagram. He probably made a post like, I think most blogs posted it, right? But what I'm trying to drive here basically is our language and our culture are very unique, right? One else, please. So the fact that we're African does not mean that what they are doing in Botswana is what they are doing in somewhere in Kampala, in I think Uganda, right? Our culture is our identity. Our language is our identity. So we should leverage on that and build on that basically for our people. So when we look at the global AI space, all right. So we look at the global AI space. So we're looking at stuff like the impact of NLP, the impact of LLM, right, in building, and how effective they've been over the years, and how we can continue to, work towards it. But I'm going to skip that and move into something very interesting, right? So the problem, what are the problems we are going to be facing? The problem we'll be facing with imported models, right? So when you build or they more or less just ship built product for us, models, algorithm, they ship it over to us. We are more or less like the end users of it. So what are the problems we are going to be having? We are going to be having biased data or biased results, right? So the results are not going to favor us. That's why you would see World Health Organization or one of these organization parastatals coming up to say, there is maybe 90% cholera in Nigeria. And you'd be like, I'm in Nigeria, dude. There's no cholera happening here, right? Or you would see issues like Boko Haram and all that. I'm not trying to speak down on Boko Haram or the like, but sometimes, if some of these guys speak about it, they inflate the numbers for us, right? And that's because we are not doing our family assignments. For instance, if someone died it's nobody's joy, or no one is happy about it, but unfortunately, we just find ourselves there, right? If instances happening in Jaws, in the corners, we don't have proper data, or we don't have data to back this up. That is why organizations like World Health Organization, different international organizations can come and throw different numbers and say 10,000 people died in this place, and just random numbers. And I'll be like, dude, what is happening? And let God say I'm not there, but I'll definitely believe the report I'm seeing online. And something is probably happening at our backyard, not our backyard literally, but somewhere between our compound, and there's no data to back it up. And someone sitting in their office in Chicago or New York or anywhere, we just throw a number online, then we are going to believe it. So there will be bias in the numbers. It's not going to favor us. Recently, I think Donald Trump stopped down on giving grants whatsoever to African country, and it has its economic impacts. A lot of people are trying to reshuffle. Some people were stealing the money. People were just using it for personal, personal glory or personal for their personal use. Thereabout. So it has its impact on Africa, and the major impact is most people are always going out there to present wrong data about Africa, right? Africa are poor. Everybody is saying, if you speak to an average person in the UK or whatsoever, right, they also have their own personal struggle or their economical struggle, right? So it's general. But this whole issue of trying to throw the data at us and say Africa is struggling, let's give them grants, let's give them aid, let's give them support, COVID-19 support, and all that, there's actually no data to back it. So that's why their data or results are always very biased at us most times. And we don't have anyone building for us. We'll move on from there. We'll look at another one. We look at voice recognition feature. So I think I already spoke about it. Africa is blessed, and we have so much of diverse voice, right? When you go to Kenya, as a virtue of what I do most times, I get to interact with different people in Africa, within Africa. When you hear someone speak most times, but I think over time, I'm very familiar with Kenya and maybe Rwanda. When you speak, if you're from one of those countries, I can easily tell. But when you hear people speak from Botswana, from Lesotho, God really gave us a very, very unique accent, right? So most of these models they build do not understand the culture of this or the culture, the foundation of our language. So they just ship anything for us. If you hear someone speak, if you hear an Ijebu man speak Yoruba, the way an Ijebu man will speak his Yoruba will be different from how someone in Ibadan or somewhere in the far place of Ondo State will probably speak his Yoruba, right? And that's just telling us the diversity in our culture. So we as a programmer, we as a AI expert or whatever chain of or domain you are in the AI space, you should try and build for Africa. The other speaker said something about data labeling. Please, one us guys, please. The other speaker said something about data labeling. And you know the real truth, most of this labeling are more or less like a shipped work towards Africa. Most of the people doing the annotation, the labeling are actually in Africa. What is it called? These big institutions don't have time to start labeling data or whatsoever. So they just more or less like ship it over to, end users, cheap labor, permit my English, right? We do it for them, we're happy, we are paid and, they make decision for us. So it's looking very, very unfair to us. So we have to come to that realization of saying, in as much I'm doing it, of course, I have to survive, right? But we should start genuinely building for ourselves. So I move on from here. So another thing I'll be saying is when AI goes on without local context. So my emphasis here is on local context, right? So when we look at language model and African language, so most AI language model are trained on high resources with fewer than 50 of African languages, right? So they don't train for my research, right? We have over 2,000. I might not be entirely right, but we have over 2,000 indigenous African languages, right? So most of these models they build, they don't take into consideration, I would say 20% of the languages, right? So I'm trying to make decision on the entire room here. I'm just asking 2 or 3 people, have you written? I can't make decision from the entire room with just 3 people. I know there's the point of saying you're doing statistic or whatsoever, right? But I can't genuinely make information from this entire room just from listening to what 2 or 3 people have to say, right? So that's one of the biases we have there. So we have issues like, we have different dialects. Even in Nigeria, even I'm probably to work up to 4 or 5 people in this room, they probably have different indigenous language. So what is happening to our indigenous language? One else, please. What is happening to our indigenous language? We move from there. So as a result of all these issues of translation, chatbots, and voice assistants, they often misinterpret African language, leading to mistransmission or misinterpretation and leaving relevant response and reduce trust in AI for education. There is a particular person I think I really love enjoying her content. I really can't remember her name, but I think she's a Nigerian based in the UK. She does a lot of training on LinkedIn, I think on AI in Yoruba. I'm trying to remember her name. She's in data. I think she was, yes, thank you. Yeah, she was in data science Nigeria. She does a lot of training. Right, with indigenous language, with Yoruba. And I'm sure she's doing it consciously. So we can genuinely have or consciously have people speaking or promoting our indigenous language. And from there, we can start picking data from there and using it to build our models and all that. So when we look, I think I've spoken on bias in computer vision and finance. So I think the finance one is very predominant. So we don't, and in as much in the finance space, and one of the issues we have again, to be honest, is lack of data. And I made mention of something earlier on about Africanizing data for Africans, right? So one of the major issues from my research is data. Everybody's hiding data. Why? I know there's the issue of privacy, regulation, and all that, but we can't say we are trying to build. We are in the season, or I would say in the era of AI and all that, but we are holding data from ourselves. We can't build for our people if we are hiding the data from our people. We can't build for our people if we are hiding data from our people, right? So government has a lot of work to do. Private institutions, and I believe private institution will probably be in a better position to do it. And this is more or less like a wake-up call to our minister in helping us fixing this. Minister of Communication, right? So we have to have institutions that are building for Africa. We have to have people collecting data for Africa. You can't walk up into Nigeria, what is it called, MBS, Nigeria Bureau of Statistics, and you get data of what you need. It's not possible. So most of the data you get out there is just probably based on survey, random internet on cargo, and those data are not actually representing us here in Africa. So what is the bigger picture here? So I'm just going to focus on the lesson. So ethical and local global AI isn't optional, it is essential. Without local data sets, data sovereignty in Africa remain dependent on models built somewhere else from different reality. So no one can tell your story better than you. If I'm going to ask someone, yeah, come and tell me your story of how you spend your four, five past, years of your life, or your university life. If you are telling me the story, I'm not going to put it in that picture you yourself are saying it, right? So we have to take that independent step. We have to take that bold step and start asking questions, asking the right question, building right, and asking the necessary people, the necessary stakeholder on how to get access to this data. So I'm just going to go to tools for building ethical AI. So tools for building ethical AI, I'm going to be fast with this. So ethical AI is not just about theory. So Python provides practical tools to audit bias, explain decision, and most importantly, protect privacy. And there've been a lot of question around privacy, and all that. I know ChatGPT, for instance, I was speaking to a friend a couple of years back, I think 2021 or 2021, I think, in Egypt. So I think he was trying to use ChatGPT then. He just buzzed me on Teams that, hey, I'm trying to sign up to ChatGPT and all that. That he needs my number. I'm like, why do you need my number? Do you want to scam or do you want to do something, fraudulent? It was like, no, like in Egypt, as at then, I don't know of now. They were saying they don't allow AI, so you can't get OTP. You can't get OTP when you want to sign up, like with using Egypt's number, right? So you can't get OTP. So yeah, I had to give him my number basically in doing that. So more or less like a call to action for everyone. So this is just a call to action to every one of us. So we should try and make sure we are getting data that has to do with Africa. And one major thing I would speak on here is privacy and regulation, data protection and all that. So one house, please. Like I would say, the government are actually doing a lot of work here, and private institutions are doing a lot of work in terms of protection, in terms of privacy, in terms of protection, making sure data are not being leaked, and the wrong people are having access to the right data. So this is also like a wake-up call for every one of us. Let's try and treasure the data we have with us. We should not just make them exposed to unnecessary stakeholders. All right. So my last point here is just more or less like a pledge to everyone. So let's make sure when you are building, we build for Africa. We put Africa into consideration. We take what belongs to Africa and we put it into the model when we are building. All right. So one more last one I would say for everyone here is a call to action, more or less like a build with purpose. When I mean build with purpose, you put sovereignty first, then power by Python, right? So you put sovereignty first, you put ownership first, you put African first when you are building. Yeah, and this is the end of my talk. You can connect to me on LinkedIn, Balogun David Taiwo. Yeah, so I don't know if there are any questions for me. Okay. Yeah, sure.
So just like the lady on LinkedIn you mentioned, that trying to promote more AI training data with you and stuff.
Yeah.
Is there a way that you think development can also get involved with something like that, so that you can try and train, and because in Nigeria we have so many, like over 250 languages, right? And most times the world is just familiar with people outside and that's where it stops, right?
Yeah.
So if we want to get technology to people that live in the if we want to get AI to learn about those other places, is there a way that some, like maybe are there initiatives or community projects that someone can get involved in?
Yeah, thank you. So I honestly don't think we have anyone consciously doing that in Nigeria, right? And that just boils down to the government. But one of my major clamor over the years is private institution, individuals. We can start doing this, and I don't think there are a lot of the worst you will get is more or less like regulation from government and all that. But this lady I made mention also too. I think she just from her own random space in the UK. She just started doing lectures, classes, and all that in indigenous language, right? So I think we can actually start doing that individually, right? Without, and as time goes on, we can make it like a proper startup, scale it up, get funding from NGOs or governments. You can have instances of, there are a lot of edtech. Let me give you a proper example. There are a lot of edtechs in Nigeria, in Lagos. If you walk through Bagada or by Ghana to Yaba, we see close to 10 tech teaching Python and all that. But how many of them are actually teaching in the core native language? Python is a language, right? So how many people are actually teaching Python in our core local language? So we can start from our individual place, scale it up, get people who are very vast in this knowledge. I'm sure you, if I'm asking you, probably have close to 3 or 4 friends who speak different local languages, right? So you can pull a couple of friends together. Let's start doing this, and over time it can only get better. So I really don't know if that answers your question. Yeah. Any other question? How do I check online if there are questions? Okay. Okay, thinking of data collection, I have come to realize that many don't want their data to be used in training AI model. How can we solve this when gathering data for training? That was what I said earlier. No disrespect to anyone, but I said, why are we always holding data? One majority of the reason is privacy, data privacy and regulation. So most people are not sure of what is going to happen when they release their data online, right? They don't trust what maybe ChatGPT is going to do with their data. And I think I saw a post on Twitter by the CEO of ChatGPT, Sam. I think yeah, Altman. Yeah, thank you. He was saying that they can use, if you feed at some point you gave AI or ChatGPT your data, they can use it against you as court case, right? It's something very funny, but I think I saw the post. You can check it online, you see it, right? So a lot of things are happening now. So much of your personal data, you don't put it online, and institutions are very reluctant. I was speaking to a friend, been a couple of years back, 2 years. He was working in Bloomberg, so he was telling me they don't make use of. If you look at big organizations, they will tell you not to use AI, even when you're writing your code, right? The best they will do is to build an internal tool where you can. I was speaking to a friend in BNP's Paris. She was telling me they don't use ChatGPT for writing code. You don't, if they catch you, that is red card. You are leaving immediately, and that's because you don't trust ChatGPT enough to keep their data. So what most of them do over time is to build tools, but unfortunately, people will keep hiding their data. So I think what we have to do is more or less like more enlightenment within the system. And I think it should start from our government, because you can't walk up into a government parastatal and ask for data. They won't give you. They would not give you. All right. So I really hope I've answered the question on the chat here. I don't know if there are any other questions. No questions. Any other question from the audience? All right. So it's nice to be here once again. Thank you for listening to my talk, and thanks to the organizer of this event here.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Origi Sandro Nyechi. So today I'll be taking us on web scraping, mastering the art of web data extraction with Python. So the agenda for today is first of all, we're looking at what is web scraping. Then we'll look at is web scraping legal. The third one is we're going to look at the web scraping libraries we're talking about today, and then hands-on. So today as data professionals, we try to look source for data when we're trying to solve a problem. And the most platform we normally use is Cargo or GitHub to go there, download data, and then use it to do what I want to use it for. But there are other ways you can source for data, and that's web scraping, like scraping the web. So now, what is web scraping? It's a process of automatically extracting data from a website or a platform. And to do this, we use what is called a web scraper to access the web page, interpret the data, and then extract the data to whatever format we want it to be it CSV, Excel, or whatever format we want it to be like. Then the second topic is web scraping legal? According to API, web scraping is legal if the scrape data is publicly available on the internet. And some of these platforms, they require you to get their APIs, which allows you to scrape a specific number of pages from their website. The last time I used Polygon IO to scrape stock data, I think I got to page 3 or 4 and I got locked out because they were like, I have to wait for some time before scraping the data. So now for this hands-on section, we're using Beautiful Soup. That's a Python library to scrape the web pages. And what are we going to use this Beautiful Soup for? It's designed to pull data from HTML and XML files, and then to install this library on our notebook. We have to use pip install Beautiful Soup, and then import it on our notebook from using from BS4 import Beautiful Soup. We're going to also use Selenium. Why are we using Selenium instead of just Beautiful Soup? We're using it because the site you're going to scrape has an element of JavaScript. That's why we're going to use Selenium for this web scraping at all. Also requests, you're going to use library called request as well. So it's a library we are going to use to make requests for HTTP and to import. So sorry, to install it to use pip install request, and then to import to use import request. We're going to also use SML. So it's also a library for processing SML and HTML pages. So let's go to our notebook. So like I say, you're going to use Beautiful Soup. Let me increase the font size. So you're going to install Beautiful Soup library for the web script. Like I said, it's for HTML and HTML5 and then JavaScript. So the hands-on section will be on Amazon website.
So when you open Amazon website, it contains page 1 to whatever page you are going to. That's the end of the page. So I'm going to scroll from the page 1 to the last page. That's in this case. Let me open the site on my computer. So I'm going to be scraping laptops. So as you can see, it contains page 1 to page 20. So we're going to scrape up all the laptops in these pages. That's from page 1 to page 20. And then when we are done, we then save it in a CSV file. So these are the libraries we are going to use for this web scraping. We are going to use Beautiful Soup, Selenium, Request, LSML, Time, Random, TQDM, that's for progress information. So we're going to see how this TQDM works. So I'm using Google Chrome, Google Colab rather, for this for my as my notebook. So if you're using something like Anaconda, that's Colab on your own local computer, this method you have to skip it because you have to download the Chrome driver on your computer. But on what's it called, on Colab, you just have to install. So for Selenium to work, it needs this Chrome driver. That's the web driver. So this is the next thing we are going to do. We are going to set up the Colab environment for the Selenium. So we are going to use the Chrome options. So if you are on your local computer, you are going to use only Chrome because you already have Chrome as your web what's it called, as your browser. But on Colab we use Chrome options. So this is the driver. I'm defining it as the web driver. That's the function I defined here when I set up my environment. So that's what you have here, the driver, create driver. The second one is to get the URL. And I've pasted the URL. Like I told you, I'm going to scrape laptops on Amazon website. So you're going to allow it to each page to take like 10 seconds to load. So let's run this. So it's going to take a little bit time because I allowed it. Okay, it's done. Good. So next one is to get our page number of pages. Like I told you, we have number of 20 pages on that website. Let me show you. So that's it here, 20 pages. Can right click and then inspect. So what I did was to extract that that 20 pages. How did I do that? First of all, I passed my HTML data, and I'm using the find. to get this spam. Let's see. So this spam is where this is what is holding the page. Let me show you. So look at it. You have the spam holding um the page number, and then the class is what we have here. So I'm using that tag to extract the number of pages. That's the spam here, and then the class, which is S page nation, and the rest of it. So that's what I did here. So first of all, if I should, let me remove this int to see exactly how it looks like when we run it. Okay, so that's how it looks like. So as you can see, I need this 20 here. So to get this 20, I will just click, I'll just type dot test. And then run. So we have it as a text. Now I want to convert this text to int. So that's why I have that int there. So I have to put it back int. Okay, so now we have the number of pages containing the laptops. Now the next is to get the elements. Let's go back to okay, let me use this remove part. Okay. So I'm trying to get the block of the elements. Good. Found it. Okay, so now this is the block of the elements. It contains all the tags, all the tags holding this particular laptop, that's Lenovo. So now we're trying to get a common tag that you can use to scrape all of each laptops. Now, if you look at this now, this tag, it belongs to another laptop. Let me go down so you can see it clearly. So you see this one belongs to another laptop at the top, and why this one belongs to this Lenovo. So if you look at these two div now, I'm using this data components type as the tag that I will use to scrape all of them, because each of these block of elements has this tag, that data components type. So that's why I used it here. Data component type, and then the class is let's check. Is on div. Is div that is holding it. Div tag is holding it. Remember, for the page number, what is holding it was the span, that's SPN. But now SPAN. But now what is holding this element now is the div. So that's why I wrote div, and then the tag, which is data component type. For the page number, we used what did we use there? I think the class. Yes, we use the class, but now we're using data component type because that's what is holding that particular element. Then the name of this is S search result. So that's why we have it here. Data component type S search result. That's why you have it here, S search result. So with this, I have gotten the tag that is holding this element for each of the laptops on that web page. Then I'll have to use for loop. Let me comment this so you can see I this line. So we are going to use for loop to loop all through the elements. So you can see we have all of them. Getting here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like 16 of them laptops for just one page. That's what I extracted. Let me move forward. Sorry, my laptop is hanging a little. Okay. So that's it. So the next thing we are going to do now is to extract the title of each laptop. So I'm going to extract the title, extract the rating, extract the price, and then extract the image of the um, of the element. So let me comment this. Okay, now to get the title, let's see how we can do that. So now we have let me activate. Okay, now we have it here now. So we clicked on it and then expand it and see what is holding it. I have the class here, A size, medium, A spacing. So this is what the class is holding it. That's what you have here. Let's go back. So this is the class that is holding it, the title, and then H2 elements is the tag. Let's check again. So that's what you have here, H2 elements. So now next thing we are going to do is to check the rating here. Click on it. Let me expand it. Good. So we have the rating here, 4.0 out of 5 stars. So look at the class holding it, and then the tag. Let's go over and check. We have the A icon auth, that's the class, and we have the span tag that is holding it. Then let's look at the price. Let me click. Okay, first of all, click on this arrow here to activate. So now we have the price. Okay. So we have the class A price hold that's holding the price with the span tag. So that's what you have here, A price hold. So if I should remove this text, it will just give me all the elements. But like I said, we're trying to get the text there, which is the price tag, the title tag, and the rating. So that's why I'm using, I'm clicking dot test to get it. Now, if you look at the rating, I said if rating is equals to none, the reason is being that, let me comment that so we can see why I'm using that if statement there. Let's run it. Oh, sorry, mistake. Let's look for the one that has none. Okay, look at this. Lenovo V15 ITEL is showing none for the rating. So which means if you go to the website now and look for this Lenovo ITEL for i3 13th generation, you find out that it has no rating. That's why we are seeing none there. So that's why I use if statement that if rating is equals to none, what should replace it is no rating, and then print the rest. So that's why I did that here for the rating because of the none. Then I did something else. I splitted it. So if you look at the website, we are seeing 4.0 of 5. So I had to split that element. So and then I took the first element, which is 4.0. So that's why you can see split, then the first element 0. So that's why we have that there. Then I didn't explain how I got the image um, link. Let me show you. So you have to click here again and move around the image. Sorry, my computer is hanging. Okay, so now if you look at now, you find out that img, that's the tag holding the image, and then the class is x hyphen image. So that's why if you go to that image, you see img class s hyphen image. So you're looking at the source. That is what is holding the URL. Let me show you again. Look at the source here. So that is what is holding the URL. So that's why I have it that way. So let's run the script again. Okay, good. So if you check now, we have the title of the laptop, the price, the rating, and the image link. So if I should text one of the image here, let me check this. Okay, that's it. So we have our title, the price, the rating, and the image URL. So what are we going to do next? So next, what I'm doing now is to create um, a list that will store all this information. So for title, I've created a list called titles. For price, I created a list called price. Okay, before then, what I did was to, like I said, you're going to scrape all 20 pages. So in this URL, what I did was to add, let me scroll down. Okay, at the end of the URL, look at what I did was to add the string, that's I. So I'm creating for I in range of number of pages. Remember, we have 20 pages for this website containing laptops. So I'm iterating through the number of pages. And then when it passes through the number of pages, let me show you how I got the last let's go back. So when you click on next, okay. When we click on next, you find out that this page changed to page 2. So if I should click here and then 3, oh god, Control Z. Page 3, it will move to page 3. So what I did was to copy this. So what I did was to copy this and then came here, put, and I pasted this and here, page equals to. Now, and that number 3, I changed it to I because I'm iterating through the number of pages and then incrementing it with +1. So that was how we got the last information here. So that's the last information here. Okay. So let's run it and see how. So the TQDM, what it does is to check the progress of what you are doing. So I'm creating to page 1, page 2, page 3. So the TQDM is showing my progress. More like if I'm in page 1, it shows me in page 1. If I'm in page 2, same thing. So that's what this TQDM library does here. So now it's showing that we are in page 2, page 3. So that's how it will roll to the last page. That's page 20. And then the next code Yes, for the collab file, I will share it with you. Probably here on the comment section. Yes, I want to show the result, but okay. Over 300 something laptops on Amazon. So what you can do now, I just did for. Can you hear me now? Okay. So what I did is just for laptops. You can try for mouse, other products on Amazon and scrape details information. Personally, I scraped the titles, image, ratings, prices, the other information you can extract from Amazon website. You can literally give it a try, and then now you can go for, let's say, mouse. And then try it out. Scrape the title, scrape the price, scrape the rating. Um, I mean, I'm not sharing my screen. I think my screen is off now. Okay. Like I said, we scraped over 10 or something laptops on Amazon. So on your own, you can try scraping mouse, any product on Amazon, scrape and then do your hands on. And if you want to get better on this, you have to practice. So I've shared the link to the Google Collab. So it will be given to you soon. So I don't know if there's any question. Okay. Okay, that'll be the end of my section. All right, thank you so much.
One, you why did you go through data planning or saving to see CSV?
I think that's a choice. I can go
Pardon?
with using with and then open the file and then writing um the the information on. Yeah, so it's more like choice.
Okay, you can
Yes.
skip that
Yes.
data plan and just save directly to CSV.
That looks says yes, yeah, yes. So that's more like my choice.
Okay.
Yeah.
The second question is, are there ethics with web scraping? If yes, what are the ethics and were they considered in the hands-on
The first thing is the Amazon website is more like a public available website, so you can scrape. So I'm not using the bots. Okay, so it's just me scraping it with the information required. So there is no ethnic capital at all. There is none.
There are scraping website with no ethics.
On scraping, like I said, the Amazon website is a public available site, and I'm not using more like a bot to scrape the data. You know, some of these platform fan about frowns, anything using bots to scrape websites. So I'm not doing that. So, and there are some websites I try to scrape, like Jumia. I was not able to scrape because the scraping is not allowed on that side. So
Okay, that is to say that before you scrape, you have to check.
check, yeah.
Not every public website allows scraping because Lumia is a public website.
Yeah, there's another public Polygon.io. So that one is also called, but that one you need API key, which restricts you to the number of scrape you can do. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's a question.
Okay, thank you, Sandra, for your session. All right, yeah, so we have Fidelis coming up on stage right about now. Fidelis, welcome. Can you hear us? Can you unmute yourself and confirm that you can hear us?
Yeah, hello, hi, good afternoon or good evening, wherever you are in the world.
Hi, Fidelis, welcome, welcome. Yeah, so Fidelis, you have the floor. Welcome again.
All right, let me share my screen. If I'm not audible, please let me know. I'm in a bit of an an oven right now, so uh, I'm sharing my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes, it is on now.
Awesome. I'm on the YouTube. Can the YouTube guys see my screen? Okay, cool, 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 cool. So today, welcome all. Thanks for the opportunity to be here. I'll be speaking on testing in enterprise environments. I'll be focusing more on taming the beast. Um, Big shout out to the last speaker. She just made my work a bit easier. So before I start, a bit of intro. I am Fidelis Okafor. I lead the quality assurance engineering team in Seas. Seas is an AI company. We just got acquired by a parent company called Pinewood, based out of the UK. Currently, we are in 25 countries and building amazing things. So I would start my introduction by introducing you all to the jungle. I literally love calling the QA enterprise a jungle because it's a field where there are so many unknowns, so many uncertainties. You have to wear so many hats. If you are working with a team that are not empathetic, you become the beast, or you become the fall guy in every place. So QA is a short intro. Quality is like the last line of defense. For those of us that are comic guys, we are like the Avengers of every development team. We are the last guys to make sure that nothing bad goes to production. So for today's section, I'm just going to go a bit quick because we're a bit constrained for time. Um, why am I focusing on enterprise? Because I feel like over the years, most of the quality people I've met have not really sat down to think about how do you define quality in an enterprise way. For instance, how does Facebook or how does Google look at quality, and what does quality look for them? So for instance, a startup that is serving 1,000 people and a big corp that is serving 1 billion people would have different way they look at quality. So for me, enterprise is more wild, and it's a different beast entirely from serving a little startup. So what you start looking at is you start looking at the scale. What scale of people are you attending to? You start looking at you're serving 1,000 people. Are you serving 1,000 people? Are you serving 1 million people? And if you're serving 1,000 people, you know that if 1,000 people are using your product, which means they'll be making hundreds of thousands of API calls, we're making transactions. I call them transactions because each one is independent of the other or dependent on the other, depending on what they are. Then if you're serving 1 billion people, 1 million people, it becomes millions of transactions every second. Now you have to look at what volume, what is the key. Then there's the complexity side of it. It becomes a bit complex because testing a simple crude project, a simple sign up form could be as easy as you want to do a user clicks a button and they get connected. Now, what happens when you start serving that single sign up form to 1 million people? That's when you start having systems that are connected. You start having roles and permissions. Who has what roles? Who has what permissions? That's where you have started having systems that are connected to the others. You also have to start dealing with scaling. And when you start scaling, you start having legacy code. Whenever scale comes in, it means that there are legacy codes. It means that you start dealing with new technologies like microservices. Initially, when I started working, microservice wasn't a big deal, but now everybody is building towards microservices. How do you test each of these independent microservices? Are you using lambdas? Are you using compute engines? Are you using a macro Azure package or something? That's all of these are things you need to start considering while you're testing. One other thing you need to know is at the helm or at the end of all of this, it's APIs. APIs are the king of the world at the moment. Initially, growing up, crew used to be the thing, but now APIs have sort of taken over what crew used to do. Every cron job, every SQRC, everything is now relying on API. So it means that as a QA person, you have to wear so many hats. You have to understand what system works. Then not just the code side, you now have to come to the regulatory side of quality. What do you do? What is the how do you handle GDPR? For instance, someone in Africa should not be able to see the details of someone in Europe. If you're building a product and you're building a product in Lagos and your product is supposed to serve clients in London or clients in Berlin, you should be able to know, okay, for me in London as the lead or the back end or the DevOps or whatever I am, I should not have access to see production data of people that are based in the Europe. For a QA team, that is something you have to look at. Then the HIPAA part of it for those that work in the medical side. Then there are financial regulations also you need to look at as a QA engineer. Now you begin to ask yourself, if QA are thinking of GDPR, HIPAA, financial regulations, what are the policy teams of the company doing? As a QA, you should also have an oversight of what is happening there. Like I said initially, we are the avengers of the company before they go live. Then the risk aversions. A bug can cost company millions. For instance, iOS just released a new version, Space Glass, Liquid Glass, or whatever they call it, and that OS alone has been so buggy that if you go to the bug channel of the iOS release right now, you'd see a whole lot of people complaining about it. It's already affecting the reputation of how solid the OS is. And currently, iOS is in legal trouble in the UK because of GDPR and compliance and privacy issue. So all of these are also under the purview of a QA engineer. Then there's the diverse stakeholders. Everyone wants something. Everyone wants. I always say it. Everybody in the world, everyone human being has an agenda. So in your team now, for a QA person, you'd have to understand what the business needs are. Then you need to make sure that those business needs are properly translated by the engineers and the ops team, and making sure that these requirements that business have said are in line with what dev have said. If one of them are not in line, as a QA person, you need to be able to get involved and say, okay, this is not what business is requiring, or this is not what dev is saying. You need to be able to understand what the business logic is. You need to understand what the dev strategy to solving that business logic is. You need to understand the operations of it. You need to also understand the security, like I mentioned above. Then the legal side of it, you need to have if not like the deep knowledge, you need to have a general overview of what the current legal status it is. Because at the end of the day, everyone have a say, and each of this that is overlooked affects the QA person per se, affects the business, and in response, it's the part of the work of the QA guy. Then the long-term vision, you need to also understand that whatever product we are building is not just a sprint. It's a product that's supposed to outlive you as a QA person. It's a product that is supposed to be simple. During my school days, my professor used to say something, case, keep it simple, stupid. You need to understand that you need to keep your systems, the systems that are built should be easy. Now, this comes in two ways. For you as a QA, you need to understand that each API should be as simple and as understandable as possible. And also, if you're building out test automation suites, you should need to make sure that all of this are in suit with what you have in mind. Now, the next thing I want to talk about, YouTube is a bit slow. I want you to catch up with my slides, is what are your enterprise testing toolkits? Now, if I'm asking you to do all of the things I listed previously, there should be a toolkit or a war chest that you go with. Now, for me, the first part you need to understand is functional testing. Does it do what it's supposed to do? These are the basics. Is 1 + 1 equal to 2? Is the data, is someone in Latin America able to see the data of someone in the European zone? If yes, then there's a bug. If no, that is good. Is if a client clicks on sign up, does it sign up? If a client performs, if a cron job is supposed to happen at 2 a.m. every day, does that cron job run properly? And if it run properly, is there any issues? These are like the basic steps to make sure that everything is working fine. Now, enterprise level, I'm not coming to startup level, enterprise level. Then integration testing. Does combining all of these toolkits work fine? For instance, if you have an two AWS lambdas that are set up in a European zone, and you are now trying to communicate with those two AWS lambdas, and they are not communicating properly, or handshakes are not happening properly, that is a problem. You need to bring that up. You need to have a monitoring system somewhere that should be able to tell you, okay, system A and system B are not communicating properly and there's an error. So that is a place where you yourself, you need to be keen to understand what integrations are they available, how are they supposed to work, the API, are they performing properly? If a lambda has a resource and those resources are not enough, are the lambdas timing out, what is happening? So at this stage, you start looking at what are the APIs that are available, what are the databases, what type third-party service applications are you using. Say, for instance, you're using a service, a Node.js package, for instance, or a Ruby gem, for instance, and it's not being maintained by your company internally, and someone pushes there's a DOS attack on those particular package, or the package becomes vulnerable, how are you able to manage it? How does it affect your system? Those are the test cases that on the enterprise level you start thinking as a QA engineer. Then there's the performance testing. Can it handle pressure? For instance, there is a new shiny product your company is about to do, and marketing team have gone out and said, hey, we're going to do this, we're going to dash everybody free airtime, blah blah blah. For instance, MTN, like, for the next 2 hours, all our calls are free. As a QA, if marketing is going to push out that, for you, you should now think of skill. How does this software perform when we have a million people using the system? Does it crumble? Does the API lamp, does the API lambda go down? That's when you start running tests like the load stress test, the scalability test, the stress testing. You start using packages like JMeter, NKT to actually stress out that system and make sure that it can handle pressure. Because remember, you're no longer building for the 1,000, you're not building for the 20, 30 million people that are on your platform, or you're anticipating that would come up on your platform. Say, for instance, let's take a use case of what happened to OpenAI. I think they're the best use case we could use. They started off as a startup, a non-profit startup, but all of a sudden, after they pushed out the GPT, they moved from, I think, 1 million users to 100 million users within a day. And imagine on the QA level, the level of skill that had to happen for that type of movement to happen. So for you as a QA person, you need to understand, can my system sustain that level and stuff. Then there's the security testing, which is also now we have SecOps people that work on security, but still as a QA person, you need to be privy to what happens on the security side. If it's not the real core security, you need to have basic knowledge of how to do pen tests. You need to be able to run a basic pen test on the system to make sure that it's not vulnerable. Um, Regression testing. For this, I feel at enterprise level, regression is mostly automated, because if you're maintaining a system that is have close to 2,000 microservices, you don't have to test each of them every time. So you build out a regression system, which becomes crucial for you, that each time a deployment is made, there is a test that is happening. You need to check, does the old code break new stuff? Does the new code break old stuff? What happens? Then there's the UAT, where you'd have to do the user acceptance test, where the business people now say, okay, this is what it is, and we are good with it. You also need to be involved on that side. Now, the next part is the power of automation. Now, this is where I want to rely more on, because on the enterprise level, you hardly do manual automation. It's mostly 90% test automation and 10% manual. So, what is the power of automation? You need to build out servers, you need to build out robots that will become the extensions of your arm. Like, you look and cranny, it will reach out places where you might even have forgotten that they exist. So my go-to word is always automate or be automated out of your job. It's easy. It's either you do it or someone else do it and you lose your job. So why should you automate? If you're running thousands of tests, if you want to test 10,000 microservices, you can't do it all within a day. So you need to run test suites, either using tools like Cypress, Playwright, Selenium, whatever flavor of test automation suite you like. The accuracy also eliminates the human error you get from fatigue after looking at it. Then the efficiency, it frees you up to do exploratory testing, do more things that are good. Then consistency, it's always easy to run those tests as many times as possible. And the return on investment for you and for the company is amazing. What should you automate? These are my checklist. Anything that is repetitive, anything that is high risk, any test case that you feel is stable, because we also need to make sure that things are stable before you write test suits for them. Else, you're going to just automate things that are not stable and you just keep changing your code base. Then regression suits, whatever falls under regression should be automated. then API tests. Those should be like the basic things you should automate every time of every day. Then one of the things I will also need to speak on to that I feel we on the enterprise level becomes key is building bridges and not walls. You need to collaborate. Collaboration is key. Ask everyone that has worked on big project or that have worked enterprise. You need to collaborate. The guys in Money Points, the guys in OP, the guys in Kuda. The reason why they are shipping so many products faster than our legacy bank is because they are collaborating the agile way. Tests often involve QA gets involved from the beginning of system requirements with business. You there should be a QA synergy where everyone understands what everyone is doing. That is why at the beginning, as I said, a QA you have to wear many hats, and one of those hats is you need to be able to collaborate. You need to be able to um, talk. You need to be able to say amazing things. You need to be able to be that guy that can um, joke around, move around the office. Like you exist, but you don't exist. You're not a blockage to anybody. I'm rushing a bit because I don't have much time. I need to jump. Then there's the ops integration. There's the feedback loop. I think feedback loop is very important. As engineers and as software developers and as humans, you'd never stop growing. So the best part of growing is feedback. How do you take feedback? How do you give feedback? As engineers, developers sometimes I see them as how I don't want to use a harsh word at them. I see them like villains, or developers see QAs as villains because the developer can spend 1 week working on a feature, and me as a QA will spend 5 minutes with that feature and tell them, nah, this feature is shit. So the way I present that feedback to that developer will determine how our relationship would be. If you spend so much time building a thing and I spend 2 minutes telling you that what you built is a shit, you feel angry. So if I'm able to communicate my point with you in an empathetic way to make sure that you understand where I'm coming from and where I'm heading to, it helps build the synergy of the team together. The team that tests together stays together. That's my own. That's my own way. So, how do you measure success? Is the next thing I want to say. The slide is slow. Okay, how do you measure success? Now, to measure success on an enterprise level, it is number. There's a saying that normally say, "In God we trust." Every other human must bring data. So, for you as a QA, you need to bring data. Your metric shows the company how important you are. You need to be able to say what test coverage you've done. You've covered A, you've covered B, you've made sure you've covered like 60% of the test coverage that is written. You have defect density and rate. How many bugs per unit of code have you caught in? Defect escape rate. How many bugs have made it to production in the past? Okay, for instance, you joined the company in January, and from before you joined, it used to be like every 2 days there used to be a DEFCON one, so like 10 bugs every month in production. And after you joined, there's now 4 bugs. There's now 3 bugs. All of these data are the data you present to business owners for to prove that okay, you're growing in this and you're making impact. Text execution time. How long does it take the code from when the developer finish writing it to when it gets to production? You need to be able to calculate this and tell them it used to take us 1 week to finish deploying a feature and push it to production, including testing. But now it's taking us 4 days because testing is no longer taking 1 day or 1 day any longer. Testing is now taking 1 hour. So all of these are like metrics you need to show. What is your test automation coverage? Mean time defect rates. It's so much. There's so much data you can present that will now make you relevant and important to the company. Now, for your superpowers as a QA engineer, they are, for me, they're really like the last line of defense, the Avengers. So each Avenger has different superpowers, and each of those superpowers complement each other. The biggest superpower you need to have is your job skill. You need to have good job skill first. Then you need to be a critical thinker. Now, for people that know me personally, there's a saying I always like to say, why? My question is why? What if? Why? When? Why? How? Why? Those questions are like I keep asking them always because at each time the person tells you a different thing and you get more depth. You need to be able to think beyond what is in front of you. You need to be able to read documentations. What are you reading? There are most times I sit down and I read so many random things. Most times it feels random, but before you know it becomes useful in the job. AI is coming in, this is coming in, that is coming in. You need to read about it, you need to learn about it, you need to know how basic things happen. You need to know how an API, how to set up a simple Lambda. You need to know how to set up a simple Circle CI job. You need to learn how to set up a lot of things because at the end of the day, some of the services you are going to be using as a QA, you have to set them up yourself. If your company is using Jenkins, you need to know how to set up a Jenkins. You need to know how to write a simple bash script. You need to know all of this. If there are new tools, you need to go and read the documentation. I spoke about empathy and I'm still bringing it back. Empathy is key. You need to understand, you need to have empathy. Then risk assessment. You need to understand what is the potential pitfalls, what is going to happen in the future. You need to have the foresight to see what is going to happen in the future and prevent it before it even happens. Then you need to advocate for quality, which means if you're following the testing pyramid, the unit testing, the integration testing, and the UI testing model, you need to understand that. You need to tell your developers if you're writing your code, write quality code. Code that, for me, if there's a bug on a production, I can go into and see where the bug is coming from. I need to be able to read your error logs. I need to be able to understand how you're thinking. Then you need to trust your gut. If something is not giving you the green vibe, don't do it. If it's not giving you green vibe, don't do it. Then communicate. The only way for people to understand what you're doing or what you're trying to achieve is if you communicate. Talk, 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 talk. Then problem solving. Problem solving, you don't need to just find bugs. You need to help them solve the bug. Oh, login is not working. Why is login not working? Yeah, I checked. It's like the username or the password is having an issue, or the server is returning a 500, or there's something. Just don't tell them there's a bug. Help them solve the bug. Then your team now becomes part and close to you. Everyone becomes freer. Everyone becomes opener, and your life comes at you very easy and fast. So, rounding up, key takeaways, your survival guide. So this is more like a way to make sure that during enterprise sections you are able to move around and move fast. You have to embrace complexity. Everything, it's a feature, not a bug. You have to learn to navigate. Every system is complex. On the enterprise level, there is no easy thing. That is why if you go to companies like Facebook, Google, or any of these fan companies or small AI companies that are popping up here and there that have more than 100 staff, that people work in teams or work in squads or whatever way you work in, there's complexity. You don't have coverage of what is happening in the other team. You need to learn to navigate that. You need to diversify your testing. You need to have a knowledge of every particular type of testing out there and any that can exist. Then you need to automate relentlessly. Like you need to write code every day. Most people look at QAs like we don't write code. Most times we write so much code that we understand every code base that exists. Like the speaker before me, you see the way she was going to get um, elements from the page. There are days where engineers don't give you classes or give you a name on elements. You have to figure out a way to target an element and pick them from a web page. All of this are what you need to do. You need to collaborate. Talk with your DevOps team, talk with business, talk with engineering, talk with marketing, talk with sales. The marketing guys will tell you the next marketing push they're doing. So it help you to anticipate where the next load is coming on the product. You make account for it. Then you measure what matters. It's not every metric that is important. Use metric to drive decisions. If a particular system is always failing, at a particular day in a month, say for instance, whenever payment salary is paid, that particular module always has issues. It means that that particular module, you would use data to determine that module is having an issue, and you allocate more resource and more time to it. Then be a quality advocate. Ask questions, talk to people, push for things to be standard and nothing, and don't compromise your services. Well, that's I think that's all the time I have today. Do we have any questions? Sorry, I rushed the presentation. Any questions before I yield the mic? Okay, it seems like there's no question. I'm going to be yielding the mic over back. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Fidelis, so much. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah. So I wanna. Yeah. So I would have wanted a bunch of us that have left to be still be here because some of the things I'm about to talk about are practical stuff that actually happened. I did, and I think learning from someone's experience to is something, right? So I present to us three Python wins from. Sorry. Oh boy. Apologies for the. Share screen, right? How about that? Okay. All right. So I present to us three wins from the trenches, actually. So I'm talking about a couple of things. I'm going to run very fast because I know that we are pressed for time on that one. So I'm going to go straight to the Django tenants. I don't know how many of us are conversant with Django. Can I see any answer? Oh, all right, cool, makes sense. So have we used Django tenants before? At some point, good. All right, thank you. So I'm sure we must have encountered some challenges. Right now, we currently use Django tenants where I work. Right. I'm a CTO for an HR company right now and things like that. BZ, I don't want to advertise and stuff like that. But then, okay, yeah, BZ.com. You can check it out there. So we are big there. Yeah. So we currently run our backend with Django tenancy, and one of the problems we encountered, right, was when signing up new businesses, we realized that it was very slow. We started adding modules, adding apps, adding modules, adding apps, and things like that, and the database migration kept bloating on that side. So we needed a way out, right? I'm just going to stop there. I'm going to talk about the other guys too. That's the I also encounter challenges with some other places too, where we do scraping, not with the AI company, sorry, not with the HR company now, but then we tech guys now, so I'm gonna just stop at that. Then the other part is the building the RAG application on that side. So like what you wrote there, only those that have been to war will be able to relate because it's practical experiences. So now, so Django tenancy now. One of the major issue we have there was when clients were signing up, very slow. We're having 30 minutes, somebody being on the screen for 30 minutes. Fine. We have Celery in place, running all of these things in the background. Something checking back and forth to know if the migration is done. But then the clients will have to just stay, we continue to stay on the screen and nothing happens. It doesn't make any sense.
we tried doing something around. Okay, we can send a mail when the migration is done and all of these things, but then it doesn't still make sense because it was more of a one step forward, like 5 step backward kind of thing. So it wasn't progressive at all for the business. So I came up with a solution. Now, what I'm trying to point out here now is sincerely, to be sincere, I didn't read it from anywhere. It's just more of thinking out of the box and understanding the fundamentals. I think I'm going to push that front more. Is understanding the fundamentals. So it's not about Django, you do view, you do model, you do all of these things. No. You need to understand how all of these things connect so that you'll be able to create solutions out of the box, even for existing systems. And so we thought about creating templates, going directly from restoring a template into the process. So it worked for a while, but it worked for like 2 years or so. You reduce the timing from 45 minutes to like maybe less than 30 seconds, which kind of makes sense. In fact, it was like a breakthrough. We celebrated and all of these things. So you just allowed the client to be on the screen for 30 seconds, and that's it. And they are in. Now, so recently we encountered another issue. The issue was that we didn't want to scale up our database, right? That's one. Two is that when we are restoring, if two clients come on board or more than one client come on board at the same time, right? One will get completed, the other one won't. They are competing for resources while restoring and all of these things. So that was also hell because we had to just find another way. So the third part was more of the solution, because I'm going to be very fast now. The solution that I came up with was something around having a table that saves pre-migrated schemas, because we are using isolated schemas now. We can use different stuffs. If I know that we can build our multi-tenancy in different ways now and all of these things, but the isolated way is where we chose because of the kind of industry we are working with, so that we don't mix businesses due to data integrity and all of these things. Mistake can happen. So I created a table that has 4 columns rather. The schema that was pre-generated, the something called is available, something called is corrupted, something called then the date, right? So for every sign up that comes, it just picks from the schema and use that to generate the business, and everything works fine as it stands right now. So like we are good. 100 persons can, 1,000 persons can come. So far we have enough good on that, right? So like I mentioned, I'm just going to, if you want the slide, I'm going to dish it out, and we can always connect. And so I've talked about this solution already, except I just want to start with reading, because okay, then when the first time we created the restoration process, the management was very happy, like 80%, and they were, everybody was here and there jumping up and down and praising the development team. Client that's what we went again and created. Right now we have, so I can't say 100% lab, but 99.99999, if you run that up, that's 100. So we are solid on that side. So far we are able to keep producing pre-migrated schemas. So all of these things happen during the night. So we have a number. So let me explain the business side. So as the CTO, I had to go back to the management, right, to understand some metrics. So which is more of, okay, based on the marketing team, based on what you have seen, how many signups do we have? Do we normally have per day, and all of these things? So that was used to create the pre-migrated schemas on that side of things. So yeah, so that's that. I think I've talked about the phase 2 already. So right now we are at less than 10 seconds, and I'm very reliable. on that. So that is how currently we are running, and we are good. So I'm going to just move away from that very, very quickly so that we can round up. Now the other part is robust web scraping with Scrappy. I would have wanted the other speaker that left to be around so that probably we can share thoughts. But I was more focused on what I wanted to say right now. So, but then they're going to continue. So, where I currently use Scrappy. I don't know if how many of us are familiar with Scrappy. Oh, okay. Okay, I think I'm the only one in the room. So okay, all right. So the other speaker mentioned a bunch of tools. She mentioned requests. She mentioned beautiful soup. So there are others, right? She mentioned Selenium too. Good. So there are others, right? There is Playwright. There is Puppeteer, depending on which type you want to use. There is I can't remember. There's one other one I can't remember now. But then and there's also Scrappy. So Scrappy is more like a framework. I won't say it's like a Django framework, but then as Django has all of its own components, it has all of its own components too. That's something called Spider and all of these things. So where we currently use Scrappy, we scrape uh, close to it's not close to up to 4 million um, records a day. Like it has run today already. So yeah, so we make like over 4 million requests a day, and sometimes it's always more than that. Like we run into tens of millions in terms of requests that we make. So I'm not going to disclose. I don't know how the reach of this of the stuff. So I'm not going to disclose where we are using it and all of the stuff. But then just follow me on this one. So we had issues with we had blocking issues. We had that like normal. That's number one. Number two was that we had, when we started, when I joined the team, the person that was running it before was using Docker container, and it's not scalable, right? So you just deploy Docker container, you don't even know what's happening. You just leave it there, and just except you want to go into the server and start typing in some kind of gibberish log stuff before you see stuff. No. So imagine you are supposed to run something for 4 hours, and you just slept for 3 hours, and you now woke up. You now realize that it has crashed. You have to wait for another 4 good hours. That's after you have fixed it. That is something you can fix. So that means that you have lost the data you're supposed to scrape for that day, and it doesn't make any sense. And money is running on a lot of things. So that's that. So one of these, the first solution that was preferred that I did was that I had to find a way to make Scrappy being adequate to duplicate it from within one script. I'm trying to, as much as possible, to explain it properly. So you can duplicate some. It's just like trying to make something concurrent, basically. Duplicate it. So call an instance of one thing multiple times so that it can run in parallel, kind of thing. Yeah. So that's the first thing I did, and the second thing I did was because, like I mentioned, Docker stuff was not just scalable. It doesn't make any sense on that side. So we needed something extra. So we tried a bunch of stuffs. We tried Airflow. I don't know if we are familiar with Airflow here. Yeah, we tried Airflow. We tried a bunch of things, but then that's where the last part came in, Jenkins. So I had knowledge of Jenkins, just by chance, and that's what I'm currently using. So I'm just going to keep skipping about. So now we had a bunch of issues. I mentioned the scalability. I mentioned blockage issue. So the blockage issue that we were experiencing was because we were using just one IP to eat. Of course, now it doesn't make it. You can't. I will just, even if it's us, I will track it down and block you. You can't bring another IP, you block you again. It's like that. So it's gonna make scraping hell for whoever is doing it. But now we did something. So the first layer of solution that I did there was more of creating proxies. So we used AWS. I used AWS to create proxies, in different regions, right? And I started, there's this thing I used, Tiny Proxy. Actually, it was very easy with Tiny Proxy. It was easy with Squid, but not as easy as tiny proxy in there. So it was very easy to do that, and we were eating the target site like that, for some time, but it wasn't really efficient in the sense that, well, I won't say it wasn't efficient. It was actually working until AWS started limiting us to the number of restarts. Because what happened is that, let me explain something. So, when you have an AWS instance and you have not assigned an elastic IP to it, right? It keeps changing on a stop and start, right? So that's what we were leveraging on. So that anytime there's a script I wrote that automatically stops and starts anytime it's realized that I get a 429 response from the target site, right? So it's more of stop, then change the IP. So when you change the IP, it logs it to where Scrappy will pick it up as a new IP, and it continues that way. So that's the way we were working before. Then it got to a point that we were not allocated new IPs anymore because of that. So that way was also blocked. So we had to find a way to go back. But then, there is no in Yoruba we say "Kusawe jalon ope." So we had to go and purchase. We went to proxy providers, and we purchased. At least we looked for the cheapest one, and that was what we did. But then, when you are searching for proxy provider, so you have to be very strategic, because there's a lot of plans out there in terms of, okay, somebody's selling you gigs like data, right? Somebody's selling you gigs, but then at the higher price. Now there are others that will say, okay, you have unlimited data, but you have a confined device. Either of the two. So it's more of a balance between unlimited and pool of IPs. Yeah. So it's either you have an unlimited pool of IPs and you're a little cheaper, or you have unlimited bandwidth. It has to be unlimited pool of IPs anyways, because of the experience we had with EC2 and stuff. So we went for a particular service that currently we use. So unlimited IPs, and it's kind of cheaper because we had to speak to them and all of these things. So they gave us, so that's what we're currently using. So we have different type of IPs. We have the data center IPs, we have residential IPs, yeah, and we have mobile IPs too, and some other ones. So it depends on which the residential IP are more expensive, mobile IP are more expensive too as well, but data center are cheaper, and they kind of work well for our target websites currently. Now, okay, this is me just showing how the rotation of the IP happens and all of this. So this is a middleware from Scrappy. On that side, you can see I had to chop off a bunch of stuff so that I had to anonymize whatever is there, right, on that side. So this is just the middleware, right? This guy here is what runs the proxy. Proxy rotation. So for every request, it changes the proxies, and all of them, and some of that. So now, yeah. So also, even with IP rotation in place, we are still encountering issues. We are still, but it's very minute compared to what we were experiencing before, right? But then, ethically, 4 million, 10 million, 100 million requests to a particular site is just, killing the server. I don't lie. So that one, we know ethically, but it's part of the business model anyways. So that's what we are currently running on. But then what we now do on our side is to limit the number of requests made to the site per IP. It's not like it's helping the site. It's just helping this. It's just helping us not to get blocked easily. Yeah, here you get now. So, but then we have to put that in place. It's not a short-term thing. Okay, the target website, if you are using a single IP, you are going to be able to call it 10 times in 60 minutes. In 1 minute, rather, 60 seconds. Under 60 seconds. Yeah. 10 times in 1 minute. So it's just a way to balance. I think the request throttling, right, is aside the balancing the request to the target site, is also allowing us to balance our own resources too as well. we will get to the resources part like in a very short time now. So, like I think I've mentioned, so every site with their own scribing policy. Somebody asked about ethical or legal stuff, some listening. So I think I have an answer to that, right? Which is what I say. So every site has their policies, right? You know, but then, like I say, like I will always say, policy or not, so far the site is out there, people will come there and want to do anything. It's like that. So you get now, which is what we are doing. Yeah. And my other co-speaker that left that was talking about us coming together with information out of these things. Yes, how about the people that will now use it for the wrong thing? You get, it's good to give the information out to the right person. How do you know the right person? Well, that's a that's a discussion for another time. All right, so this is also showing, yeah, good. This is showing the concurrency request. Right now, this is configured at 30. And this is saying that, okay, delay download, delay collecting the information from the site by 1 second. So I can increase this guy to maybe like 5 seconds. So it means that after hitting the site, before he tries to pull any information, he waits for 5 seconds. It doesn't help also. It's 1. So there is a DNS attachment so that it doesn't have to wait for resolution of the site is trying to eat and all of the stuff. So there are a whole bunch of other things there that everything just depends on how we want it. And also, when you scrape, you can decide to save it anywhere. CSV, any database you want. We currently use I don't know if you know Redshift. We're going to use Redshift. We've tried Spanner, we've tried BigQuery, we've tried a whole bunch of. We've tried Snowflake. I don't know if you know Snowflakes. Okay. We've tried Snowflakes. We've tried this and that. But currently, we are on. I'm sure you're going to move away from it, guys. But we are on there right now. Right. So now there's this part now, which is the most important part. I want us to just follow this one because it's applicable in everywhere. Everywhere. Like I mentioned, the fundamental is basics is very important so that you'll be able to apply. Even if the creator of a particular, I created a software that I do sell. When some people reach out to me, and I will be like, they reach out for some adjustment. I'll adjust it and I'll be like, wow, look at the way you are using the software. I didn't even think of that when I was building it. Check it now. So now this is where I'm going with this. A bunch of people that knows Jenkins, they all use it for CI/CD majorly, or testing. They run automated tests, and that's it. It kind of a one-time stuff. But these are saved our lives in terms of scraping because it's what we use majorly to run all of these processes. That's a lot of plugins. You can check it out. That's a lot of plugins. That's a lot of things that connects to Kubernetes, connects to AWS, connects to Google Cloud, Google Compute Engine, and etc. on there. So I'm just going to show us the way all of this thing came about. Yeah, so we can run script concurrently like as much as 100 jobs. So imagine 100 jobs running, each job running 100 IDs. It looks like I'm already trying to let the cat out of the bag. Imagine each job per 100 is running 100 whatever we are running, and that's like 10,000 already. For each 10,000, it's each one will make a request. Sorry, for each one of the 100, it's going to make a request of 365. I think I wrote it here. 365 plus. Oh boy. 365 plus. I wrote it somewhere. Yeah, 365 plus 30. Yeah. Plus 30. Then multiply that by 10,000. That's 100 times 100. So we are eating on a daily routine. But there are some things that add to the daily routine that are always more than this. Basically, more than double, quadruple, like that. So now, back to Jenkins itself now. So this is how Jenkins looks like. I have to chop off a bunch of stuff and only show something that I know that nobody would know what that is. But you only be able to know the Jenkins stuff and stuff like that. So this is the way it is. Then you can run management stuff. So you can check. It's something that you can download on your Windows and run with. So look at all of these jobs now. They are all running. They are all running. Different stuff and everything running at the same time. Pa, pa, pa. They are going to finish at the same time, depending on when they all started. And there. So now I have to show us something around when the job gets completed. I'm going to show you. So now look, compare this to a Docker system where you have to now start going into each of the Docker to now start doing what? You get so doing what? So like you can see like you have all the metrics you need here to see everything. So now, as I'm saying this now, I applied it to scraping. I don't know whichever industry we are all working in or working on, or all these things are things that we can find the use case for within our organizations too, as well. Then I'm going to stop at that. So I'm just going to run through this guy, a RAG app. Somebody spoke about it earlier. That's retriever augmented generation and all of these things. So this is just, I think you mentioned PyConNG. There are a whole bunch of databases. We have ChromaDB. We have just Zilis, whatever it is. We have PG Vector, etc. On there. So now this is just a story, So it's more like a side gig. So a legal institution approached us for something like this, and I'm not going to disclose their name, but if they are watching this, they may know that it's them, as if they hear my voice. So they're talking about. So they needed something that would be able to give a verdict based on previous year's suits that they fed it with. Based on previous suits that they fed it with, and all of those things. So what we could think of then was, okay, let's do a RAG for them because we will be using some of their data to, then we use the LLM to understand the stuff and generate something that makes sense. So, which we actually did. So what we used then was, I think we started with Mistral from Hugging Face, then they came back and said they want Chat GPT 4.0 whatever degree. Well, but then that's their preference. Our own is to just deliver whatever they ask us to do. Excuse me, please. So we used the embedded model, which was text, three small from Open AI. I'm not going to explain all of these things because I was happy when the customer support RAG app guy was talking. So I know he must have explained some of these things. So what we used was VectorDB. That's PG, PG Vector. Then Chroma was used for for the local development, basically, because some of these things are difficult to sometimes. Well, it depends on your PC, anyways. But it depends on your PC. I don't know a PC like this. I don't know, but it depends on your PC. I have one PC there that I was having issue installing this ChromaDB. I had to use another method to do it here. So the wrapper we used, we have a lot of wrapper. We have QAI, we have anything.ai, we have them. Can you get me? But the one that looks simple, that makes sense, when I was searching then was embedded.ai. We can check it out. It's very, So the way we install it is that guy. Then, like I mentioned, you can use ChromaDB. It uses SQL like this, easy to move about. So you can test run. Then we have other DBs that I also mentioned in there. I forgot to add PG Vector here. So we have Chrome, we have a lot of other things there. So in fact, the list are very longer than this. This are just in there. So this is what the code looks like. And here now we are using OpenAI on this one. Okay? Just get your key, then add your copy, right? Now this was copied directly from your site. I'm going to show you what I did. So it's always different. That's what I'm talking about, understanding the fundamentals and understanding the basics. So this is actually what I did. So instead of using YAM file, I had to do something like this. Yeah. So and it's also it also cut it, right? So if you look at it very well, you see the initial console, whether it's logging face. So here I cut off the logging face API key instead of the open AI now. So then temperature. We understand what temperature is now. Yeah, the biasness of the stuff. Then I can't remember what this is for, but then I know it's part of whatever it is. Then the maximum token based on what we're doing. Then and this is not a stream because we're not using Streamlight. We are using Fast API to join the things together. Then we have the vectors DB, that's the Chroma which is provider. Then of course allow for reset and all of these things. Then the name of the stuff. Then okay here I didn't use that text embedded here. I used sentence transformer here as well. Then the chunker that the guy mentioned earlier, so we're chunking the size to 1.5. I think I started with 1,000 or something, but it wasn't connecting the sentence well. Yeah, so I had to increase that guy. So then the text was just chat with me, ask me questions, and let me give you the answer based on what was provided. So you can check the documentation here. And so the key takeaways, like I mentioned, the key takeaways is more of thinking out of the box of documentation. Let me quickly say a short story. I was involved with a particular app for FCMB, and we're using, I don't know if you know Strappy. I do JavaScript too. Yeah. So we're using Strappy and all of these things. And somebody came on the call and was saying something around why would they use Strappy? And I went to go and check Strappy online. What the documentation says, like what the owner of Strappy wrote, was what he was spitting out to. I was like, I don't understand. You get? But then it's all about understanding the whole system of the stuff and applying to what you want to apply it. It's as simple as that. So you're able to customize it to make a lot of sense. Enter the engine, scatter it, and rebuild it back. So you're able to do it to make a lot of sense. Sure you get? And they were using it then. I don't know if they are, because I had to, the headache was too much. I had to JP. So yeah. So the other part is understanding the fundamental of any tool you use and know when to apply, because most shit, I think I committed an English level. So the fundamental is what we really need most of the time. The fundamental is what we need most of the time. So you can turn the fundamental up and down. I think you're going to get a hang of whatever it is. Right? So then I don't know if you have enthusiasts here. So this is not to scare, but to encourage and share practical experience. So thank you very much. So I don't know if you have questions. Okay.
So I have two questions.
Sorry?
You said that we can't be using Celery.
Yeah.
So I want to know what will
Yeah. So the reason why I mentioned Celery was that we were trying to use it to background when it's done, send a mail to the person. That wasn't the way. We're using Celery even for the migration too. Even why they were on because there's another API they were using to call. When you can create a task ID for Celery. Yeah, so we're now using the Celery, endpoint to get to check if the log is gone or not. So imagine it's calling for 30 minutes or calling for 45 minutes.
So you never use it for scripting? Never use it for
No, we use it for scripting. No. That's a separate stuff. Scripting, no. There was no really need for it.
So the second one, Jenkins, where do you want Jenkins?
Okay, yeah. So you can run it anywhere. It depends on the kind of server you use. Right? Windows, anything. It works.
What about resource consumption?
The resource consumption. I think they pay more. I can't remember. Probably you can check their website. I think they more. I think it's 2 GB RAM. For it to run. And one good thing is, sorry, I mentioned it, but I didn't elaborate on it. I said that you can connect it to Kubernetes connect it to AWS instances, connect it to GCP and etc. Now, you can have it as a master and have all of these guys as slaves or agents. Okay. So what you are seeing right now was connected to manage on Google Cloud. So it keeps trying out ports based on our resources that was assigned on Kubernetes. So it also so far there is enough resources, there won't be any job on the queue. Let me see if I can run back there quickly.
So technically, it's managing the Google Cloud resources. So what it does.
Yeah, correct. So there's always a queue above this guy. I think I chop it up too. There's always a queue above. There's always a queue above that guy too, and things like that. So if there is work, it's going to queue them, right? It's going to accept, but queue them. So as it's seeing enough space, it's going to just slot in there. So, any other question? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ola. I think that's about it for today. So the very brief announcement that we might have today is just that people, please check your emails. There will be instructions for what we are doing tomorrow. We'll start off with, it's a full program tomorrow. We are using 2 different halls. It's completely physical. There is no virtual talks, 100% physical. It's going to be very busy tomorrow, I know, because yesterday was baby steps and we saw what yesterday looked like. So tomorrow is going to be very, very, very busy. We are starting by 8. Breakfast starts by 8 a.m. Breakfast starts by 8 a.m. in the morning, not 8 a.m. African magic time. That a.m. It is not, it is actually 8 a.m. Breakfast starts by 8 a.m. The caterers are always before 8, so breakfast starts by 8. The keynotes starts by 9:10 or 9:05. So please, when you are coming tomorrow, for those coming online or you are listening, come with your earpiece, just like you are listening for those that came physically. Tomorrow is going to be somewhat like this, even though it's not transmitting out. We are going to be live streaming too, but it's going to be on VLC this time. So instead of YouTube or anything. So what happens tomorrow is you connect to the network, then you have VLC installed on your phones or laptop, anywhere you want to. Then with your earpiece, you have everything just like you are doing on YouTube now. So that's what tomorrow will look like. It's a technology somebody from the community was working on just for the conference too, not for profit sake anyways. So he created that application, and yeah, definitely it will lead to profit too. Because obviously if it works fine, we can imagine the opportunity that comes from maybe commercial people, event centers, hotels, and all, or even conferences. So the technology allows that even if you are going to the restroom, you can still carry your VLC and laptop. You are still listening. You are going. So that's the idea, but it's locally hosted. It's not going to be up out there. All right, shout out to everybody on YouTube. I see you. One day, Komolafe. I see you too. I think that's about it. Every other information will be sent on email this evening. So watch out for the email, either in your spam or in your inbox. You get an email this evening, or definitely this evening, not even tomorrow morning. So you get all this information there. Thank you again for joining us today. It is 19 minutes past 4. See you all tomorrow as we continue this conference. Bye.